Chapter 732. Ring number 8. As time passed, the square became more and more lively. Most of the people had come because of the Green Emperor ranking battle. They wanted to watch the Green Emperor ranking battle. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Other than Muqin County and Luoyan County, the other county lords had also brought their geniuses to the Azure Emperor rankings top 100 to the square. With the arrival of the other county lords, the 5 great clans of the imperial capital county also brought their top geniuses to the square. After the 5 great clans arrived at the square, Zhuowen felt 2 unfriendly gazes converging on him, causing his eyelids to twitch slightly. Turning his head slightly, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and discovered that Feng Yong was grinning coldly at him from the front of the Feng clan's team. His right hand even made a throat-slitting gesture at the front of the Grand Clan's team. Grand Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent as she stared indifferently at Zhuowen. Looking at the unfriendly gazes of the two, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. With Zhuowen's current strength and his perfect grade 5 mental energy, his strength had increased by several times compared to 3 months ago. Zhuowen was not even afraid of an 8-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm expert. Swoosh! Another sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the sky, several streaks of green light shot over at lightning speed and arrived at the square in an instant. The green light faded away, revealing 8 figures. The leader was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He was the Blue Dragon Hall's branch hall master, Aoki. Beside Qing, Mu stood 2 young men with slender figures. They were also dressed in long green robes. One of them had a dignified appearance, and there was always a faint smile on his face. His name was Qing Ming, and he was one of the Azure Dragon Branch Hall's 2 peerless heroes. He was also ranked 4th on the Azure Emperor ranking. His strength was extremely terrifying, and he was one of the popular contenders for the top 5 spots on the Azure Emperor ranking. The other person was also in a green robe. However, he wore an Azure Dragon mask, making it impossible to see his true appearance. His entire person seemed mysterious and ethereal. This person's name was Qing Yan, one of the 2 peerless heroes of the Azure Dragon Subpalace. He was ranked below Qing Ming and was ranked 5th on the Azure Emperor ranking. His strength was also unfathomable, and he was even more mysterious than Qing Ming. It was said that Qing Yan had intentionally concealed his strength in the previous ranking competition. As for his true strength, it was unknown. Many geniuses were wary of him. Zhuowen had some understanding of the top 5 on the Azure Emperor rankings. Each and every one of them was terrifyingly powerful, and they would be his greatest enemy to enter the top 5 this time. These 5 people were first Prince Huangfu Wudao, Morongzhan of the Morong clan, Zhu Bai of the Zhu clan, Qing Ming of the Azure Dragon Branch Palace, and Qing Yan of the Azure Dragon Branch Palace. Moreover, Glen Lily, who was ranked 6th in the previous tournament, had improved her strength very quickly. This time, she could be considered a troublesome opponent. This ranking tournament could be said to be filled with experts and geniuses. Not long after the people of the Azure Dragon Branch Palace arrived, a group of figures walked out from the throne room. The Azure Emperor led more than a dozen geniuses of the royal family as he slowly walked towards the square. On either side of him were Huangfu Wudao and Huangfu Wuji. However, when Zhuowen's eyes fell on Huangfu Wuji, he frowned. Huangfu Wuji's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and even gave off a faint sense of pressure. He broke through. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he stared at Huangfu Wuji, muttering to himself. He hadn't thought that Huangfu Wuji would break through in just 3 months. Huangfu Wuji had been at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm, but now that he had broken through, he had likely reached the Ultimate Emperor realm. Moreover, The cultivation method that Huangfu Wuji used was given to him by the Azure Emperor. It was said that it was a cultivation method that surpassed the Emperor Realm Armor skill. It was a legendary venerable realm armor skill and was extremely powerful. Although Huangfu Wuji had just reached the early Ultimate Emperor realm, his combat strength was likely comparable to a middle Ultimate Emperor realm or even a late Ultimate Emperor realm martial artist. Huangfu Wuji tilted his head, his eyes faintly looking at Zhuowen in Muqin County. His eyes were filled with arrogance and confidence. "Little bastard, you better not be eliminated so early in this ranking tournament. I will personally cripple you in front of everyone." Huangfu Wuji glanced at Zhuowen not too far away, his eyes filled with confidence that victory was within his grasp. If this were 3 months ago, before he had broken through, then perhaps he would have feared this Zhuowen. But ever since he had broken through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, his strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. Zhuowen no longer placed him in his eyes. In his opinion, the current Zhuowen was nothing more than a clown, an existence that he could casually crush to death. Huangfu Wuji still felt a lingering fear as he thought of his life in the Forbidden Area for the past 3 months. The Forbidden Area was filled with dangers, and he had narrowly escaped death several times. If it weren't for the protective treasure that the Azure Emperor had given him, he would have already perished in the Forbidden Area. Fortunately, he had managed to leave the Forbidden Area alive, and his cultivation had finally broken through the shackles, smoothly reaching the Ultimate Emperor realm. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Huangfu Wuji was very confident that he would be able to enter the top 5 of the Azure Emperor rankings. With the arrival of the Azure Emperor and the others, the top 100 geniuses of the Azure Emperor rankings had already gathered in the square. Around the square, countless onlookers stared at the top 100 geniuses with blazing eyes. They all knew that these top 100 geniuses were the top geniuses of the Azure Mystic Empire. Each one of them was a monstrous genius with extraordinary strength. Moreover, after the ranking tournament began, these top geniuses would have a fierce battle between tigers and dragons. It would be a spectacular showdown. After arriving at the square, the Azure Emperor looked around and nodded with satisfaction. He said in a clear voice, "Today is the day of the Azure Emperor Rankings tournament. Many geniuses will have a great showdown today." As the Azure Emperor spoke, he waved his sleeve and pointed at the 10 blue stone rings in the center of the square. He continued to say, "These 10 blue stone rings are the locations of the ranking tournament. They are numbered from 1 to 10. The rules are very simple. This emperor will choose 10 groups from the 100 of you. Each group will have 10 people, and they will go to the corresponding rings. The ring battles will be conducted in an elimination system. No matter what method you use, as long as you can eliminate the other geniuses and become the strongest in your group, then you will be able to enter the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings." As these words came out, no one was too surprised. In the past, the ranking tournament had always followed these rules. The 10 blue stone rings would be divided into 10 groups of geniuses. Only the strongest in a group would be able to smoothly enter the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. This system also had a certain degree of ruthlessness and randomness. If the strength of the cultivators in the group that was drawn happened to be on the weaker side, then the strongest person selected would not live up to the name. Some groups would be assigned to several seeded opponents at the same time. Then the competition in that group would become extremely intense and terrifying. Therefore, there was still a lack of fairness. However, the Azure Emperor emphasized natural selection. The stronger one would be, if a cultivator had a fluke mentality, then he would be a weakling. Such a person would not be qualified to enter the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Many of the geniuses in the square were stunned when they heard the rules mentioned by the Azure Emperor. Zhuowen was no exception. This method of grouping to determine the strongest person was too random. After all, once a terrifying expert like Huangfu Wudao was assigned to a group, there was no suspense at all. Huangfu Wudao would definitely be the final winner. Moreover, if multiple top 10 monstrous geniuses were assigned to the same group at the same time, one of them would definitely be injured. At that time, one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses would also be eliminated. Now, I will divide you into groups. Emperor Qing did not care about the other people's expressions. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light spilled out from his sleeve and flew toward the 100 geniuses in the square. Upon closer inspection, these green lights were actually made up of palm-sized bamboo sticks. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and pinched a green bamboo stick. He turned his hand over and saw that the bamboo stick had the word 8 written on it. Zhuowen knew that he should be assigned to arena number 8 this time. The surrounding geniuses all stretched out their hands to grab the green light in the air and checked the numbers on the bamboo sticks. After all 100 geniuses had received their bamboo sticks, the Lotus Larch waved his sleeves again, and the green light in the sky disappeared. Those who have obtained the bamboo sticks, please go to your respective arenas now. Emperor Qing's indifferent and majestic voice sounded again. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of sonic booms immediately sounded out as the many geniuses in the square held their bamboo sticks and rushed towards their respective arenas. Instantly, the sky above the square was filled with countless figures. It was as if a swarm of locusts had passed through. It looked extremely dark and terrifying. Whoosh! Zhuowen instantly arrived at arena number 8. At that moment, there were already 9 other figures standing there. To Zhuowen's surprise, there were a few familiar faces among the 9 figures. Zhuowen, looks like you're very unlucky to have met me in the group stage. A black-clothed youth with triangular eyes slowly walked toward Zhuowen. He stared coldly at Zhuowen as if he was staring at his prey. Fengyong, you're right. You're very unlucky. Coincidentally, I still have to settle the old score from 3 months ago. Zhuowen was not afraid and spoke indifferently. As soon as Zhuowen spoke these words, Fengyong was stunned. He'd never imagined that not only was Zhuowen not afraid of him, Zhuowen instead seemed to be fearless. Moreover, he faintly sensed that Zhuowen seemed to not take him seriously. Zhuowen's attitude made Fengyong extremely unhappy. He coldly snorted and said, "It's indeed time to settle the old score. You'll soon know what regret is." As he spoke, Fengyong returned to the edge of the arena. His cold gaze stared at Zhuowen, as if he could devour him at any time. On arena number 8, besides Fengyong, there was another person that Zhuowen was familiar with. Zhuowen was also familiar with. His gaze turned slightly and landed on the cold lady with long snow-white hair not far away from arena number 8. The smile on his lips grew even wider, as if she had noticed Zhuowen's gaze. The cold lady also looked over. When she saw Zhuowen, a trace of fear immediately appeared in her beautiful eyes. This lady was the number 1 genius of Icebound County. When Ao Xue, ever since Zhuowen robbed her of the extreme amethyst ice grass in the peach blossom origin diagram, when Ao Xue hated Zhuowen to the core. Chapter 733. The overbearing Huangfu Wudao, the 100 geniuses were divided into 10 groups, each standing on their own arena. Zhuowen glanced around the other arenas, roughly understanding the situation of the other arenas. Huangfu Wudao was in the first arena, Qing Yan was in the second arena, Gran Lily was in the third arena, Morongzhan was in the fourth arena, Qingming was in the fifth arena, Guosheng was in the sixth arena, Zhu Bai was in the seventh arena, and Huangfu Wuji was in the 10th arena. The top 10 geniuses of the Azure Emperor Proclamation were mostly assigned to different arenas. But the 8th arena was extremely different. There were actually 2 top 10 Azure Emperor Proclamation contestants there. They were the 8th ranked Feng Yong and the 10th ranked Chao Yan. Therefore, the 8th arena attracted the attention of many people. This 8th arena is really unlucky. It was actually assigned to 2 top 10 Azure Emperor Proclamation contestants. I'm afraid that Feng Yong and Chao Yan will have a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Don't forget, the 8th arena also has Wen Ao Shui. Wen Ao Shui is the #1 genius of the 8 great counties, and he is ranked 11th on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. His strength is also not weak. There is also that Zhuowen who suddenly rose up. That boy is also not weak. I'm afraid that he isn't as simple as he seems. The competition for the 8th arena is probably the most intense out of the 10 arenas. Complicated discussions immediately sounded around the square. Numerous gazes were thrown towards the #8 arena. Everyone's eyes revealed a heated and expectant expression. The 8th arena was filled with powerhouses. There would inevitably be a great battle. It was unlike the other arenas where the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Emperor Proclamation dominated. There was no suspense to the outcome. This boy is really unlucky. He actually ran into Chao Yan and Feng Yong. On the 10th martial arena, Huang Fuwuji crossed his arms across his chest. He was high up in the air, looking down at the 8th martial arena with a mocking sneer on his face. In his opinion, Zhuowen meeting Feng Yong ahead of time meant that he was doomed to lose. Although Feng Yong's ranking was lower than his strength was not bad. Back then, they had been evenly matched. Now that he had broken through, his strength was far higher than Feng Yong's, but Feng Yong's strength could not be underestimated. He was not someone that Zhuowen could resist. In the 3rd arena, Grand Lily also noticed the situation in the 8th arena. Her eyes were filled with ridicule, but she didn't say a word. Outside the arena, Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian frowned. They didn't think that Zhuowen would encounter such a strong opponent. Chao Yan was ranked 10th, and his cultivation level was around the mid-stage of the 7-wheel emperor realm. Lu Hantian knew that with Shuo Wen's strength, Chao Yan should be able to defeat him. But Feng Yong was different. Feng Yong was much stronger than Chao Yan. He had a cultivation at the peak of the extreme 7-wheel emperor realm. His strength was terrifying. Lu Hantian was also worried for Zhuowen. Zhuowen hadn't mentioned the increase in his martial arts cultivation and mental strength to Lu Hantian. Thus, Lu Hantian still believed that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the early extreme 7-wheel emperor realm. Thus, he was a bit worried. Zhuowen naturally heard the discussions around him clearly. However, he did not take it to heart. With his current strength, entering the top 10 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation wasn't a problem. As for that Feng Yong, Zhuowen didn't care too much about him. Looking around the 10 arenas, Zhuowen also discovered the other geniuses of Muqing County. Lu Yitao was in the 9th arena. What surprised Zhuowen was that there wasn't anyone in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation in the 9th arena. The warriors there were generally weaker. Lu Yitao was ranked 15th on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. In the 9th arena, his cultivation was considered top-notch. The only person who could pose a threat to him was probably the #1 genius of Shijiang County, the Lightless Monk. The Lightless Monk was ranked 14th on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. He was very low-key and always had a kind smile on his face. His palms were clasped together, and he looked very amiable. Looking at the Lightless Monk in the 9th arena, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. It was said that Shijiang County worshipped ancient Buddhas and had countless temples. The lord of the county was a Buddha named Withered Lamp Buddha. What surprised Zhuowen was that the Lightless Monk, who had a kind smile, gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. This feeling was very strange. He knew that the lightless monk was definitely not simple. Originally, after obtaining the Nirvana Vairocana, Zhuowen had suspected that there might be a mysterious Buddhism in the heavenly armor continent. Now, it seemed that Buddhism really existed. After all, the warriors in Shijiang County worshipped ancient Buddhas, and their dressing was similar to the monks in temples on earth. The lightless monk, who was standing quietly in the ninth arena, seemed to have noticed Zhuowen's gaze. He slowly tilted his head and stared at Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth curled up into a kind smile as he nodded at Zhuowen. Zhuowen also nodded in return. However, his heart was heavy. He felt that the lightless monk was very strong. The possibility of Lu Yitao defeating the lightless monk was very low. In Muqin County, other than Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian were in the 2nd and 5th arenas, respectively. The two of them were unlucky. Their arenas were basically filled with the top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. It was almost impossible for the two of them to stand out in their respective arenas. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Air-rending sounds suddenly flew out from the throne room. When the crowd looked over, they realized that there were actually 10 figures flying out from the throne room. The 10 of them were middle-aged men in armor. Their auras were surging, and they were full of killing intent. With one look, one could tell that they were soldiers who had been on the battlefield for many years. The 10 great generals of the empire. I didn't expect His Majesty the Azure Emperor to even gather these 10. It seems that he places great importance on this ranking battle. The crowd immediately recognized the 10 figures that suddenly flew out from the throne room. Their faces were filled with shock. The Qingxian Empire had a vast territory. Furthermore, outside the 10 borders of the Qingxian Empire, there were 3 other empires. Their strength was not inferior to the Qingxian Empire. Over the years, the neighboring powers would inevitably have conflicts and wars. Therefore, the Qingxian Empire's borders would always have 10 generals guarding the 10 borders to prevent enemy invasions. Each of the 10 generals was extremely powerful. They were at the peak of the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm. Furthermore, because they had been on the battlefield for many years and killed people like flies, the killing intent on their bodies was terrifying. They could also use this killing intent to suppress martial artists. Therefore, although these 10 generals were only at the peak of the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm, with the killing intent in their bodies and their rich experience, ordinary martial artists in the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm would probably not be a match for these 10 generals. Your subordinates pay their respects to His Majesty the Azure Emperor. The 10 generals in armor suddenly landed in front of the Azure Emperor and knelt on one knee. Their voices were like rolling thunder, resounding through the clouds. No need for formalities. I'll have to trouble the 10 of you in this ranking battle. The Azure Emperor nodded and said rather warmly, "It's our honor to serve Your Majesty." The 10 generals replied meticulously, Now that the ranking battle has begun, each of you will be in charge of 10 arenas. As for which arena you want, you can choose it yourselves." The Azure Emperor smiled, faintly. The 10 generals nodded. With a step, they flew toward the center of the square. The 10 arenas flew and landed in the center of their respective arenas. They looked down at the 10 geniuses below their respective arenas. Boom! A terrifying killing intent burst out from the 10 generals' bodies. The blood-red killing intent was so substantial that it almost filled the entire arena. The faces of the geniuses around the arenas turned ugly when they felt the killing intent. Many of them even turned ghastly pale. "Humph! Are you trying to intimidate me? You're just a border general. Get out of here." A domineering and cruel voice suddenly rang out from arena number 1, following which an unruly figure suddenly flew into the arena. He ignored the killing intent in the surroundings and flew toward the general in the center. Everyone looked over in shock and discovered that the person who had suddenly attacked was the first prince, Huangfu Wudao. The general in arena number 1 had not expected such an unforeseen event. Looking at the figure that was flying toward him, a cold light flickered in his eyes. He took a step forward, and boundless killing intent condensed into a long spear that was several feet long. Kill! With a loud shout, the long spear in the general's hand flew out like a horse that had escaped its reins. It instantly pierced toward Huangfu Wudao. Humph! Insignificant skill. Huangfu Wudao was extremely overbearing. The corners of his mouth held a cold smile. With a wave of his right hand, countless cyclones shot out from within his body. They were dense and looked extremely terrifying. Rumble! The killing intent spear blasted onto the cyclones and was actually directly frozen. With a crack, the terrifying killing intent spear was actually directly shattered into pieces by the cyclones. The general's pupils constricted. He never imagined that Huangfu Wudao's strength would actually be so terrifying. He was actually able to so easily annihilate his killing intent spear. Swoosh! As soon as the killing intent spear was destroyed, Huangfu Wudao's figure instantly arrived before the general. A cruel smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as his right hand formed into a fist and smashed out. Strands of terrifying cyclones covered his fist, causing the air to whistle as if it was being torn apart. Ha! The general shouted loudly and similarly smashed out a fist. Blood-red killing intent formed a layer of blood-red scales on his fist. Rumble! The two fists fiercely smashed together. Instantly, a ring-shaped wave of air violently spread out with the two of them as the center. The expressions of the other 9 geniuses around arena number 1 changed drastically as they were pushed back by the wave of air. Crack! The hard limestone arena was actually unable to withstand the strength of the two people. Dense cracks began to appear on its surface and continuously spread. In the end, the entire arena collapsed. Countless pieces of rock floated up, and dust filled the field of vision. What terrifying strength! The surrounding people all revealed expressions of shock. The border general was an expert at the peak of the ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor realm. With the addition of the killing intent on his body, even an initial stage cultivator of the Xuanzuan realm might not necessarily be a match for this border general. However, the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was actually able to directly clash with this border general and even faintly gain the upper hand. Thump! Thump! Chapter 734. The battle began. 100 steps away, this sorry figure suddenly stomped on the ground, and the terrifying force practically created an enormous pit of over 10 meters on the ground before he was able to completely stabilize himself. The gazes of everyone moved slightly and converged onto this figure. Their pupils constricted when they noticed that this sorry figure was actually the border general. At this moment, the border general's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze contained a trace of terror as he gazed at the dust before him. The border general had actually fallen into a disadvantageous position in the confrontation earlier and had even been injured because of it. Huangfu Wudao's strength was actually so terrifying that even the border general was unable to gain the slightest advantage against him. Stomp! 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 Dust suffused the air from the ruins of the arena as a figure slowly walked out. Huangfu Wudao stopped 10 meters away from the border general and said in a ghastly voice, "You aren't qualified to preside over my battle. Now fuck off." As soon as these words were spoken, the border general's expression changed slightly. Huang Fu Wudao actually didn't give him the slightest bit of face and directly asked him to fuck off. What? Not going to fuck off? Then die. Huang Fu Wudao grinned and revealed a row of ghastly white teeth. He stomped his foot and instantly flashed towards the border general, not giving the border general the slightest chance to speak. The border general's expression changed greatly as he suddenly shouted. Countless strands of baleful aura surged out, and the surface of his armor revealed a strange blood-red color. Moreover, the blood-red color was like small snakes that ceaselessly wriggled before finally transforming into sharp blood-red horns. A terrifying and ferocious aura burst out from the border general's body, and it was as if the border general had transformed into a terrifying primeval beast at this moment. Beast howl. With a fierce howl, countless strands of baleful aura surged behind the border general and condensed into a terrifying, enormous beast that was over 100 meters in size and possessed countless savage blood-red horns. Awu! The terrifying, enormous beast roared towards the sky as its front hooves that were like pillars that supported the heavens fiercely dug into the ground. It transformed into a blood-red shadow that flashed towards Huang Fu Wudao and instantly arrived before him. The enormous beast claw that was half a man's size clawed towards Huang Fu Wudao. Surging howls sounded out in the air, and it seemed extremely horrifying at this moment. The corners of Huang Fu Wudao's mouth was filled with a ridiculing smile as he lightly stretched out his right palm. Instantly, countless cyclones that were like whirlpools in water created a terrifying suction force. Rumble! Huang Fu Wudao's seemingly insignificant palm lightly struck the enormous beast claw, following which the surrounding crowd was astonished to discover that the terrifying blood-colored beast had actually stopped in midair as if it had been frozen. Awua! A miserable shriek was immediately emitted from the mouth of the blood-colored giant beast. Subsequently, the mountain-like giant beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless drops of blood turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled down in a pitter-patter. Huang Fu Wudao smiled coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, countless cyclones surrounded his body, leaving his clothes spotless. Whoosh! As soon as the blood-colored, enormous beast died, Huang Fu Wudao's figure flashed and instantly arrived before the border general. His right palm suddenly pressed down, and countless cyclones transformed into dense air blades that flashed towards the border general below. First Prince, I am the general of the southern border. It was His Majesty who ordered me to host the arena. Do you dare to kill me? The border general raised both of his hands. Instantly, countless baleful auras turned into monstrous waves, blocking the terrifying chi blades above. However, Huang Fu Wudao's strength was too strong. He simply couldn't block these chi blades for too long. Once the baleful auras were broken, he would undoubtedly die. I know, but you still have to die. Huang Fu Wudao's voice was unquestionable. His right hand pressed down once again, and the power of the chi blades increased by several times. Instantly, the monstrous baleful auras were directly cut apart by the chi blades. Puchi! The chi blades arrived in an instant. The border general didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he was directly torn apart by the sharp chi blades. Not even his bones remained. Do you still plan to fight me in the arena? After killing the border general, Huang Fu Wudao's gaze shifted to the 9 geniuses who were also in the first arena. His voice was as cold as the winter of the 12th lunar month. Looking at the border general's corpse that didn't even have a single bone remaining, as well as Huang Fu Wudao's cold and terrifying eyes, the other 9 geniuses couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. We forfeit. Without any surprise, the other 9 geniuses in the first arena all chose to forfeit. Huang Fu Wudao's strength was too terrifying, and his methods were too cruel. He even dared to kill the border general who was in charge of the competition, let alone them. If they really fought with Huangfu Wudao, their fates would likely be much more miserable than the border generals. 9 pieces of trash. Huangfu Wudao coldly smiled as he indifferently said. As these words came out, the figures of the 9 geniuses who were about to leave paused. They didn't dare to stay in the first arena any longer and left with their tails between their legs. The geniuses in the other 9 arenas naturally saw what had happened in the first arena, and their gazes turned cold. The first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was overbearing and cruel. He even killed the border general who was in charge of the competition, and directly threatened the other 9 geniuses to forfeit. He was really too overbearing and unreasonable. The eyes of the 9 generals standing in the center of the other arenas narrowed. Their gazes towards Huangfu Wudao contained a strong sense of dread. The border general that was killed earlier was the commander that guarded the southern border, and his nickname was General Savage Beast. At this moment, his blood actually dyed the arena in the imperial city red. Moreover, Emperor Qing, who stood nearby, didn't say anything when General Savage Beast was killed, and he didn't even stand out. Obviously, Emperor Qing had already tacitly approved of Huangfu Wudao's actions. Li Jin, appoint a new commander of the southern border. Emperor Qing's deep gaze was filled with indifference, and no one was able to guess exactly what he was thinking. The expression of Li Jin, who stood by Emperor Qing's side, turned cold when he heard these words. He knew that Emperor Qing wouldn't pursue the matter with Huangfu Wudao for the death of General Savage Beast. The other geniuses in the first arena forfeited. Huangfu Wudao directly entered the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Emperor Qing spoke in a clear voice. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose in the surrounding crowd, and everyone looked at Huangfu Wudao with gazes filled with dread. Not only did Emperor Qing not blame Huangfu Wudao for killing the border general, but he also smoothly allowed Huangfu Wudao to enter the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. It was clear that Emperor Qing valued Huangfu Wudao far more than everyone expected. Huangfu Wudao nodded and silently walked to the side. He leaned against a stone pillar and looked indifferently at the geniuses in the other 9 arenas, his eyes filled with domineering disdain. In the 8th arena, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Huangfu Wudao's figure with a look of intense dread. Huangfu Wudao was very strong. Even if Zhuowen used all his trump cards, he still didn't think that he would be Huangfu Wudao's match. It was said that Huangfu Wudao was only at the peak of the ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor stage, but his battle strength was comparable to a late-stage Xuanzuan realm cultivator. This was also why Huangfu Wudao killed the border general as easily as killing a dog. The disturbance in the first arena didn't last for long, and the battles in the other arenas had already begun. In the center of the 8th arena, a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard was presiding over the battles. He wore silver armor. This man was nicknamed the Silver Dragon General, and he guarded the northern border. He was also at the peak of the ultimate 9th Wheel Emperor stage, and was on par with the Savage Beast General. The Silver Dragon General looked around at the 10 geniuses below the 8th arena with a cold look in his eyes. The battles begin now. I will decide who you will fight. You won't have any objections, right? The Silver Dragon General said indifferently. No. The 10 geniuses shook their heads. The Silver Dragon General nodded and slowly scanned the 10 geniuses with his hawk-like eyes. He suddenly pointed at 2 of them and said, "The 2 of you will start. The rules are simple. You just have to defeat your opponent no matter what method you use." The gazes of the other 8 geniuses gathered and immediately fell on the 2 geniuses. Then, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. One of the 2 people that were pointed out was actually the number 1 genius of the Icebound County, when Ao Shui, and the other was actually Zhuo Wen, who had been in the limelight recently. Both of them were very strong, and it would probably be a rather intense battle this time. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected to be the first to be pointed at. He shrugged his shoulders and leaped onto the arena. Then he looked at Wen Aoshue, who was below the arena. At this moment, on the stage, a trace of hesitation surfaced on Wen Aoshue's cold and beautiful face as her white hair fluttered in the wind. She clenched her teeth. She did not expect that she would meet Zhuowen, the opponent that she did not want to meet the most. Are you still not coming up? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come up, I'll take it as you forfeit. The Silver Dragon General could also see the hesitation on Wen Aoshue's face. He snorted impatiently. Wen Aoshue's beautiful eyes flickered. She took a step forward and finally stepped onto the arena. Her cold eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. Looks like our luck is pretty good. We actually met again. Zhuowen said lazily, yeah, our luck is pretty good. Wen Aoshue gritted her teeth and said word by word. The fight between Wen Aoshue and Zhuowen had attracted the attention of everyone in the square. Among them, the Icebound County's county lord, Profound Iceman, frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Wen Aoshue to meet such a difficult opponent like Zhuowen. In 3 months, Aoshue's cultivation has reached the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. She has a good chance of winning against Zhuowen. Profound Iceman muttered to himself. When Aoshue had worked extremely hard in the past 3 months, she had finally broken through the shackles and reached the initial 7-wheel emperor realm. Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the same level. Therefore, Profound Iceman didn't think that Zhuowen had a 100% chance of winning against Wen Aoshue. Zhuowen, I'm no longer the same as before. Perhaps the one who will lose this time will be you. When Aoshue snorted, a terrifying aura surged out. She had actually completely unleashed the aura of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. Her white hair danced in the wind like snowflakes. Oh, you've broken through? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura released by Wen Aoshue. He was rather surprised. Zhuowen, you're not the only one who's improved. I'm also improving. We don't know who will win today. As she spoke, Wen Aoshue took a step forward. She was wrapped in cold air as she flew towards Zhuowen. Countless snowflakes danced in the air like a fairy. You're only at the initial 7-wheel emperor realm. It's about the same for me. Chapter 735. Chao Yen. The battle between Zhuowen and Wen Aoshue had attracted the attention of many people. Wen Aoshue was the #1 genius of the 8 counties and was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor leaderboard. He was one of the most popular contenders for the top 10. Zhuowen was a nobody. However, after the Battle of the 9 Counties, he had single-handedly eliminated many geniuses from the Lihua County. His reputation had gradually risen in the imperial capital, and he had become a hot topic. The 2 geniuses that many people thought highly of were going to meet in the first round. This naturally attracted the attention of many people. I wonder who will be the final winner of the battle between Zhuowen and Wen Aoshue. It should be Wen Aoshue. It is said that Wen Aoshue has already broken through to the ultimate 7-wheel emperor stage. As for Zhuowen, he is not famous. He should not be as strong as Wen Aoshue. No, it is said that Zhuowen is also an initial 7-wheel emperor stage practitioner. His strength is not inferior to Wen Aoshue's. It is hard to predict the outcome of the battle between the 2. This battle will definitely be a fierce battle. The discussion was like a tsunami, causing a huge uproar in the surrounding square. Most people's gazes were focused on the 8th arena. They were looking forward to the battle between Zhuowen and Wen Aoshue. Swoosh! Wen Aoshue's long hair fluttered in the wind. countless ice crystals revolved around his body like a cold current. It looked extremely terrifying. In an instant, when Ao Shui launched an attack, she stretched out her slender hand, and countless ice crystals were under her control. They turned into a giant ice python that was dozens of feet long. Its waist was as thick as a water bucket. Ice python, with a delicate snort, when Ao Shui waved her jade-like hand. The frost python raised its head to the sky and let out a shrill hiss. It carried with it an endless amount of cold air as it shot straight towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen shook his head. He stretched out his right hand, and the bone spear in his hand started to spin. Soon after, he threw it out. Swoosh! The bone spear was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It pierced through the air and rushed towards the ice python. Its speed was much faster than the ice python's. Furthermore, boundless blue spear images appeared around the bone spear as a mysterious power surged out. It was the spear intent that Zhuowen had grasped. Bang! The bone spear instantly struck the frost python's forehead. Following that, everyone was shocked to discover that the scales on the surface of the frost python were like paper to the bone spear. Whoosh! In the instant of the collision, the bone spear pierced through the frost python's forehead and continued to fly towards Ao Shui. When Ao Shui's pretty face greatly changed. She did not expect that the frost python would be unable to withstand a single blow from Zhuowen's bone spear. Her heart was filled with shock. This Zhuowen is a lot stronger than when he was in the peach blossom origin pattern. How did he improve so quickly? When Ao Shui turned pale with fright, Zhuowen's improvement made her somewhat fearful. She had originally thought that she would be able to suppress Zhuowen once she had advanced to the ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm. However, it now seemed that this was simply a pipe dream. Gritting her teeth, when Ao Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of determination, she slowly extended her right hand, and on her pure white wrist there was a crystal-clear jade bracelet. This jade bracelet was snow-white in color, and it faintly revealed a frightening chill. Inquiring mirror icicle, when Ao Shui's cherry lips opened and closed as a crisp voice rang out from her lips, following which a terrifying blue chill burst forth from the jade bracelet on her right hand. The terrifying blue chill actually condensed into huge icicles that seemed to support the heavens in front of Ao Shui. The icicles pierced the sky, and the chill permeated the air. A total of 10 huge icicles stood in front of Ao Shui, looking extremely majestic and magnificent. Ding! A clear and melodious sound suddenly resounded from the 10 icicles. The bone spears that were like a hot knife through butter actually came to a halt the instant they collided with the icicles. What sturdy icicles! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. The might of the inquiring mirror icicles that Ao Shui had suddenly used had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Thinking up to here, Zhuowen's foot stomped on the ground, and he instantly arrived in front of the icicles. His right hand grasped the bone spear, and golden light burst forth as he used the nirvana of the great sun. A powerful force acted on the bone spear, greatly increasing its might. Kacha! The icicles instantly shattered, and Zhuowen followed like a shadow, arriving in front of Ao Shui. He fiercely swung his bone spear, and it turned into many spear shadows, blasting towards Ao Shui's chest. Inquiring mirror icicle. When Ao Shui's expression changed greatly, she swiped her jade-like hand in front of her chest, and countless icicles gathered, forming a sparkling and translucent oval ice mirror. "It's useless," Zhuowen's cold voice rang out, and the bone spear that was wrapped in spear shadows instantly smashed onto the ice mirror. The seemingly sturdy ice mirror shattered into countless pieces like glass. Puchi! when Ao Shue's delicate body was sent flying, and thick blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she landed outside the arena. The silver dragon general looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. He actually could not see through this youth in front of him. When Zhuowen attacked, just now, he had not used any moves from the beginning to the end. With just a single spear, all of Wen Ao Shue's defenses had been broken. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily see the difference between the two. The first round, Zhuowen wins. The silver dragon general expressionlessly announced. His gaze fell on the remaining 8 people, and he continued, "Next, Lulong and Hansen." Zhuowen slowly walked down from the arena, and 2 youths walked out from the 8 people below. They looked at each other, and both of them leaped onto the arena. Under the command of the Silver Dragon General, the battle began. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was a little surprised. Originally, they had thought that the battle between Zhuowen and Wen Ao Shue would be a fierce battle. But in the end, Wen Ao Shue was actually eliminated by Zhuowen with a single spear strike. This result was a huge contrast to what they had imagined. Feng Yong, who was among the 8 people, narrowed his eyes as he stared at Zhuowen's back. His expression began to turn serious. This Zhuowen did not seem as weak as he had imagined. No matter what, this Zhuowen is not likely to be a match for me. When we meet, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. With a cold snort, Feng Yong no longer paid any attention to Zhuowen. He was very confident in his own strength. With his cultivation at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor stage and the Feng family's unique secret technique, he believed that even if Zhuowen had grasped spear intent, it was unlikely that he would be a match for him. The battle in the arena proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon, the first round of battles ended. Half of the 10 people had been eliminated, and only 5 people were left. These 5 people were Zhuowen, Feng Yong, Chao Yan, Lulong, and Chen Xian. Among them, Lulong and Chen Xian were geniuses from the Imperial family and Icebound County, respectively. These 2 people were not very strong. They were only Ultimate Emperors and were considered to be at the bottom of the 5 people. The first round of battles in the other arenas also ended one after another. LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian, whom Zhuowen was concerned about, had all smoothly advanced to the second round. As for the other geniuses from Muqin County, they had all been eliminated in the first round. What was noteworthy was that the number 3 Grand Lily, number 4 Morongzhan, number 6 Guosheng, and number 10 Huangfu Wuji had all chosen to end the first round of battles by fighting 1 against 9. They had fought against 9 geniuses by themselves, and all 4 of them had won. In other words, after the first round had ended, the 4 of them had already stood out from the rest and smoothly obtained a spot in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list. The Azure Emperor, who was standing on the high platform in the plaza, nodded in appreciation at the method the 4 of them had adopted. However, compared to Huangfu Wudao's method of directly killing the border general, there was still a gap between the 4 of them. After all, the border general was a powerhouse at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Only Huangfu Wudao could kill such a powerhouse. No one else could accomplish such a magnificent feat. Currently, a total of 5 people had advanced to the top 10. They were Huangfu Wudao, Huangfu Wuji, Grand Lily Morongzhan, and Guosheng. At this time, the 5 of them had already been summoned back to the high platform by the Azure Emperor. They were silently watching the remaining 5 arenas below. The second round soon began. There were 5 people left, so they had to draw lots. One of them would be given a bye, and the remaining 4 would fight in pairs. After drawing lots, the bye was given to the 8th seeded contestant, Feng Yong. Holding the bye bamboo stick, Feng Yong slowly walked to the side of the arena. As he passed by Zhuowen, he sneered in a low voice, "Little bastard, I'll let you be happy for a while." Once the group finals begin, your luck will come to an end. Whose luck is better than dog shit? You can even draw a bye. Your good luck will be ended by me in the group finals, Zhuo Wen retorted sarcastically. Feng Yong narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, Then we'll see. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel in front of me. After speaking, Feng Yong directly passed by Zhuo Wen and went to a corner. He quietly stared at Zhuo Wen's figure on the 8th arena, his eyes full of gloomy coldness. You two come up and fight. Feng Yong was given a bye. The Silver Dragon general pointed at Lu Long and Chen Xian in the arena and lightly said, You two come up and fight first. Lu Long and Chen Xian's eyes flashed when they heard this. They nodded and jumped onto the arena, staring at each other. Below the arena, Chao Yan, who had been silent, suddenly raised his foot and walked towards Zhuo Wen. He stood 1 meter away from Zhuo Wen and lightly said, In our next fight, you forfeit. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chao Yan as if he was looking at an idiot. He indifferently replied, You want me to forfeit? What do you think you are? Zhuo Wen's words immediately caused Chao Yan's face to darken. He coldly said, Your name is Zhuo Wen. I know that. Moreover, your cultivation should be at the early stage of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. Moreover, you've grasped spear intent. According to true battle strength, your strength should be comparable to the intermediate stage of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. However, my strength has already reached the advanced stage of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. I have the strength to fight Feng Yong, but you have no chance. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen sneered in his heart. He had already guessed Chao Yan's thoughts. In Chao Yan's opinion, Zhuo Wen's strength was too weak and had no chance against Feng Yong. Moreover, Chao Yan's strength was very close to Feng Yong's. Feng Yong probably didn't want to exhaust too much essence force on Zhuo Wen. After all, Chao Yan's cultivation was lower than Feng Yong's. If he used too much origin energy on Zhuo Wen, the loss would outweigh the gain. At that time, he wouldn't have much of a chance against Feng Yong. Therefore, Chao Yan wanted Zhuo Wen to forfeit. Have you thought it through? I am the #1 genius of the Chao clan. There is no benefit in offending the Chao clan, Chao Yan said loftily. In his opinion, Zhuo Wen was from Muqin County and came from a humble background. On the other hand, the Chao clan was one of the 5 great clans and had great influence. He didn't believe that Zhuo Wen would risk offending the Chao clan by rejecting him. Chapter 736, 5-wheel adamantium palm Chao. Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He said coldly, You want me to scram? What? Are you still not going to scram? Zhuo Wen said expressionlessly. Good. You've got guts. Zhuo Wen, let's see how you'll get out of this embarrassing situation when you face me later. Chao Yan returned to his seat after saying this. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhuo Wen. In Chao Yan's opinion, Zhuo Wen was just too ignorant. He knew that Chao Yan was the #1 genius of the Chao clan, yet he still didn't give him any face. He would definitely teach Zhuo Wen a lesson when the two of them faced each other later. Lu Long and Chen Xian's battle was extremely intense. Both of them were ultimate emperor realm cultivators with similar strength, so they were evenly matched. This caused the blood of the spectators to boil. A grunt rang out. Chen Xian was a step too late. Lu Long had found an opening and punched Chen Xian in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the ring. Lu Long wins. The Silver Dragon general replied expressionlessly. Lu Long was in a rather sorry state at this moment. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. However, his face was filled with excitement. After Lu Long left the ring, the Silver Dragon general looked at Zhuo Wen and Chao Yan below the ring. He said indifferently, It's your turn now. Come up. Chao Yan sneered and leapt onto the ring. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and shouted, "Why aren't you coming up to die?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and leapt onto the ring as well. He said coldly, "Did you just say that you wanted me to die?" Chao Yan snorted coldly. "What? Do you have a problem with that? Fists and legs have no eyes. It's not like killing you is a big deal. Fists and legs have no eyes. If I beat you to death, would you have no complaints?" Zhuowen said coldly. Zhuowen knew that Chao Yan was targeting him because he had rejected his request. Moreover, Chao Yan's strong killing intent caused Zhuowen's heart to turn even colder. He was very clear that Chao Yan really intended to kill him. "Since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust." Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes also surged with a cold light. He, Zhuowen, was not a person who stirred up trouble, but he was also not someone who would let others bully him. The confrontation between Zhuowen and Chao Yan attracted the attention of many people. The fact that Zhuowen had defeated Wen Ao Shui in the first round had already attracted the attention of many people. They could all sense that Zhuowen had the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor ranking list. He had the potential to be ranked in the top 10. Chao Yan was originally ranked 10th on the Azure Emperor ranking list, one place ahead of Wen Ao Shui. His strength was also not to be underestimated. Although Zhuowen could defeat Wen Ao Shui, Chao Yan's strength was much stronger than Wen Ao Shui's. Perhaps Zhuowen had a chance of defeating Chao Yan, but it was definitely not very high. Feng Yong leaned against a stone pillar as he stared at the two figures in the arena. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. Chao Yan's cultivation has also reached the late stage of the Seven-Wheel Emperor realm. It will be very difficult for Zhuowen to defeat Chao Yan. I originally wanted to teach this Zhuowen a lesson, but now it seems like it's not very possible. However, the enmity of killing my Feng family's disciple will not be forgotten so easily. When the ranking tournament ends, this kid will still have to die. As he spoke to hear, Feng Yong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He couldn't forget the scene of that little bastard Zhuowen killing Feng Xiang in front of everyone 3 months ago. At that time, he had solemnly vowed in front of Feng Xiang to regain face for him. But he never imagined that Feng Xiang would die in front of him. How could Feng Yong not be angry in his heart? On the high platform, the 5 people who had already entered the top 10 of the Azure Emperor ranking list also noticed that Zhuowen and Chao Yan were up against each other. The 5 of them all had different expressions on their faces. Huangfu Wudao's expression was cold, overbearing, and ruthless. Grand Lily and Huangfu Wuji had mocking expressions. Murongzhan had a thoughtful expression, but Guosheng frowned. This Zhuowen is sure to lose. Chao Yan's cultivation is already at the late stage of the Seven-Wheel Emperor realm. His strength is much stronger than that little bastard Zhuowen's. Huangfu Wuji suddenly said in a cold voice, "That's not necessarily true. Zhuowen has also grasped the advanced spear intent. So what if his cultivation is lower than Chao Yan's? His strength might not be any worse than Chao Yan's." Guosheng suddenly retorted, "Humph! So what if he grasps spear intent? Zhuowen's cultivation is only at the early stage of the Seven-Wheel Emperor realm. He is 2 small realms lower than Chao Yan. Even if he has spear intent, it is unlikely that he is Chao Yan's match." Grand Lily suddenly interjected, "Ha! Everyone, there is no need to argue. Who will win and who will lose will only be known after the 2 of them truly fight. It is too early to discuss this." Murongzhan, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke up with a smile as if he were the peacemaker. As Murongzhan spoke, Huangfu Wuji and the others tacitly fell silent. Their eyes were filled with dread as they looked at Morongjean. The Morong family was the strongest of the 5 great families. They had a deep background and produced many talented individuals. This Morongjean was the #1 genius of the Morong family. His strength was unfathomable, and he was ranked 2nd on the Azure Emperor ranking list. Although Morongjean seemed to be smiling, this person was a classic example of a sinister person. He might smile in front of you, but he might stab you in the back. It was impossible to guard against him. Even though Huangfu, Wuji, Grand Lily, and Guosheng were powerful, and the forces behind them were not weak, they were still afraid of Morongjean. It was not only because the Morong family was powerful, but also because Morongjean was too dangerous. On the #8 combat ring, the Silver Dragon general glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and Chao Yan, who were facing each other from afar, and then he said, "Begin the battle now. Those who leave the arena will be eliminated." As soon as the Silver Dragon general spoke, Chao Yan gave a loud shout and released all of his aura. His clothes fluttered without any wind. "One move. Zhuowen, listen well. I can kill you in one move." After he finished speaking, Chao Yan took a step forward. His entire body turned into a shadow as he rushed towards Zhuowen. In an instant, he arrived above Zhuowen. 5-wheel hard copper palm. Chao Yan shouted. He stretched out his right hand and slammed it down. Suddenly, countless amounts of yuan power gathered behind him and condensed into 5 terrifying copper wheels. The 5 copper wheels rotated in the air, releasing a terrifying aura that was as vast as a mountain. This Chao Yan used his best move, the 5-ring hard copper palm, right from the start. Is he planning to kill Zhuowen directly? Looking at the 5 copper wheels in the air, Feng Yong's smile widened. The 5-wheel hard copper palm was Chao Yan's unique skill. Its power was terrifying. Feng Yong believed that under this attack, Zhuowen would be badly injured even if he didn't die. Everyone in the square stared at the 5 copper wheels that had suddenly appeared in the air. Their expressions were extremely interesting. What a terrifying attack. Is Chao Yan planning to end the battle in one move? This is the Chao family's 5-wheel hard copper palm. Although Chao Yan is a late-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm martial artist, when he uses this attack, even a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm martial artist would not dare to casually take it head-on. That Zhuowen is in danger. The 5-wheel hard copper palm is very terrifying. An uproar rang out around the square, like a tsunami. They had all recognized the 5-wheel hard copper palm that Chao Yan had used. Above the 5 copper wheels, Chao Yan's face was full of self-satisfaction. He looked down at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. As the successor of the Chao family, he was well aware of the power of this move. Before him, Zhuowen was only an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm martial artist. Under this move, he would definitely die. Die! Zhuowen! With a loud shout, Chao Yan immediately controlled the 5 huge copper wheels and suddenly shot towards the arena below. The copper wheels cut through the air, creating a powerful airflow that actually caused the gravity within the arena to increase by several times. Quite a number of nearby practitioners even began to miserably stumble and lose their balance. In the center of the arena, Zhuowen stood quietly. He raised his head and stared at the 5 copper wheels in the air. A faint smile appeared on his face. Rumble! An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Zhuowen's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The surrounding space was torn apart and turned into countless fragments. Zhuowen had finally completely released his true cultivation. The aura of a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm martial artist in the air. Chao Yan, who had been very pleased with himself, could not help but exclaim when he saw the aura that Zhuowen had released. This spear has a soul. It's called Spear Intent, Zhuowen muttered softly. The bone spear in his hand trembled. Countless spear shadows that constantly swam around like tadpoles spread out from Zhuowen's body. They formed a terrifying spear intent domain around him. Zhuowen grasped the shaft of the bone spear with his right hand and suddenly threw it. The bone spear immediately emitted a sharp sound and shot towards the sky. Countless spear shadows spread out in layers, forming a huge blue spear seal. Rumble! The blue spear seal formed by spear intent was extremely terrifying. It blasted against the 5 copper wheels in the air. Instantly, a terrifying explosion set off. Immediately after, the 5 copper wheels with terrifying power were shattered by the blue spear seal like paper. Puchi! In the air, Chao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His face was filled with shock. His 5 copper wheels had been broken just like that. How was this possible? The surroundings also fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared blankly at the 5 copper wheels that had been broken. Originally, when Chao Yan used the 5 copper steel palms, no one was optimistic about Zhuowen. But now, Zhuowen had used his true strength to completely shatter everyone's contempt. Whoosh! After the 5 copper wheels were broken, a figure shot out from the center of the arena like a rocket and instantly appeared in front of Chao Yan. It was Zhuowen who was ready to attack. The moment the 5 copper wheels were broken, Zhuowen had already made his move. Nirvana of the great sun. Destruction. Zhuowen shouted coldly. His body was covered in golden light. His right palm mercilessly swept towards Chao Yan at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! You want to defeat me? Zhuowen, you still can't do it. Chao Yan's face was gloomy. His hands suddenly shot out and formed a green yuan qi wall in front of him. Break for me. Zhuowen completely ignored the yuan qi wall. With a slash of his right palm, the yuan qi wall instantly crumbled inch by inch. As soon as the yuan qi wall was broken, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly stretched out and instantly grabbed Chao Yan's neck as if he was holding a chicken. Chapter 737, Bending the Law for Personal Gain. Zhuowen stood quietly in the center of the arena while Chao Yan was lifted off the ground like a little chick. His face was red, and his eyes were filled with grievance. Chao Yan, who was ranked 10th on the Azure Emperor leaderboard and was at the advanced stage of the 7-wheel Emperor realm, was a lofty and unreachable existence to many people. Yet now, he was being held by Zhuo when in such a humiliating manner without being able to resist at all. Silence! The surroundings of the entire arena had descended into a deathly silence that could not be hidden. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the arena where the figure standing proudly with Chao Yan in his hand was. The shock in their eyes was just like a tsunami as it spread outwards. The number 1 genius of the Chao family, Chao Yan, is being lifted by Zhuowen just like that. One of the people in the square licked his dry lips. His eyes were already filled with shock. The expressions of the people around him were not much better than this person. Feng Yong, who had been leaning against a stone pillar, suddenly stood up. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhuowen. He said in a low voice, "Zhuowen has also reached the peak of the 7-wheel Emperor realm." At this moment, the aura surging out of Zhuowen's body was like a monstrous tsunami. It spread throughout the entire arena, and the huge bluestone arena beneath his feet began to buzz and tremble. It seemed like it would not be able to hold on any longer. This aura was not any weaker than Feng Yong's. Zhuowen had also broken through to the peak of the 7-wheel Emperor realm. How can he be so fast? This kid was only at the initial stage of the 7-wheel Emperor realm 3 months ago. It has only been 3 months, but he has already reached the peak of the 7-wheel Emperor realm. Feng Yong's lips quivered as he finally spat out these words. If Zhuowen was still at the initial stage of the seven-wheel emperor realm, he would have a 100% chance of winning against Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen had improved too quickly. His cultivation was already on par with his. Furthermore, he had the terrifying spear will. Feng Yong knew that Zhuowen, who possessed spear intent and whose cultivation was not weak, had become extremely difficult to deal with for him. Now, Feng Yong even had a trace of hesitation. The outcome of his fight with Zhuowen had already become unknown. On the high platform, Huang Fuwuji and Grand Lily's pupils shrank at the same time. Zhuowen had suddenly erupted with the strength of a peak seven-wheel emperor. This was beyond their expectations. Chao Yan has lost. Guo Sheng crossed his arms across his chest, glancing behind him at the ugly complexions of Huang Fuwuji and Grand Lily. Murong Zhan's feminine face revealed a rare look of contemplation. He looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze. Huang Fuwudao still looked straight ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if nothing could move him and make him open his eyes to pay attention. Behind the high platform, there was still a long and narrow table, with fine wine placed on it. Within the throne room, there were constantly young and beautiful maids carrying trays of delicious food. In the center, the Azure Emperor sat silently. The other powerful beings also sat in other positions on the table. The lords of the 8 large counties sat on the left side of the table, while the 5 family heads of the imperial capital county and the Azure Dragon Branch Palace master sat on the right side. At a glance, there were nearly 20 people. Almost all of the powerful beings on the table were 4 revered sovereigns. They represented the most respected peak powerhouses in the entire Qing Xian Empire. Chao Yan's defeat was naturally seen by these powerful beings. Sitting on the right side of the table was a short old man. His sharp gaze gradually darkened, and his expression turned ugly. This short old man was the current head of the Chao family, Chao Ji. His strength was extremely terrifying, and he was also a 4 revered sovereign's powerhouse. Chao Ji, it seems that your Chao Yan's cultivation is not up to par. He actually lost to a genius from another county. Sitting beside Chao Ji was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. At this moment, this middle-aged man spoke in a mocking tone. Feng Tian, don't be complacent too early. It won't be that easy for your Feng Yong to defeat this Zhuowen. Moreover, I heard that your Feng family's genius is called Feng Xiang. He was killed by this Zhuowen, right? As the head of the Feng family, your family's genius was killed, and the murderer is now at large. As the head of the Feng family, you're nothing much, huh? Chao Ji was not to be outdone. He mocked and ridiculed, causing Feng Tian's expression to gradually turn gloomy. You don't have to worry about this. Our Feng family's people are not so easy to kill. I will definitely not let this kid leave the imperial capital alive. It's just that the time is not right yet, Feng Tian said indifferently. In the arena, Zhuowen lifted Chao Yan with his right hand. His gaze was cold and emotionless. He said indifferently, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll let you go. Chao Yan's gaze was filled with shock and anger. He was shocked that Zhuowen was so powerful. He was angry that this kid actually lifted him off the ground in such an impudent manner and even asked him to kneel down and apologize to him. How could he do such a humiliating thing? Zhuowen, I'm the son of the first wife of the Chao family. What do you dare to do to me? Chao Yan still did not believe that Zhuowen would dare to kill him. After all, he had the colossal Chao family behind him. If Zhuowen killed him, then the final result would only be a fight to the death. Are you still trying to show off your family background? In my opinion, other than being able to use your family background to suppress others, you're a complete and utter piece of trash. I don't care what your Chao family is like. You only have two choices now. Either kneel down and apologize, or die. As he spoke, Zhuowen increased the strength of his right hand. Chao Yan could not help but roll his dead fish eyes and cough continuously. His originally arrogant gaze was now replaced by shock and fear. This Zhuowen really planned to kill him, and was not just talking about it. Little bastard, let Chao Yan go, and you win this round. Chao Ji, who was sitting on the table, naturally saw Chao Yan's strange state clearly, especially when he saw that Zhuowen not only did not let Chao Yan go, but also increased the strength of his grip. This made Chao Ji both shocked and furious. This Zhuowen did not know how to appreciate kindness. Could it be that he still wanted to kill Chao Yan? Chao family head, aren't you meddling too much? Elders like you can't casually interfere in this arena battle. Holding Chao Yan, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at Chao Ji, who was on the high platform, and said coldly, Chao Ji's face changed slightly. Where did this Zhuowen get the courage to speak to him like this? Chao Ji's lungs were about to explode from anger. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen and Chao Ji were talking, a sound of something breaking through the air suddenly swept out from the arena and flew directly towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of an ominous feeling rose in his heart. The sound of something breaking through the air was too fast, and Zhuowen only had time to use the Nirvana Vairocana. His body became golden and as hard as iron and stone. Boom! Just as he used the Nirvana Vairocana, the sound of something breaking through the air was already whistling in Zhuowen's ears. A strong wind had already enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Ding! A sound of metal clashing suddenly resounded. The sound of something breaking through the air instantly blasted Zhuowen's chest. The terrifying power almost caused Zhuowen to retreat continuously, and he also let go of Chao Yan in his hand. He could not even take care of himself. Boom! Finally, he stomped on the edge of the arena, and cracks appeared on the ground at the edge of the arena. Zhuowen finally stopped his body. At the same time, Zhuowen finally saw that the thing that had blasted his chest was actually a huge shining halberd. Waves of terrifying pressure flowed out from the halberd. Wah! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out, and Zhuowen knelt on one knee on the ground. His gaze was gloomy as he stared at the figure before him, and he said in a low and cold voice, "Feng Yong, you're really despicable and shameless." This shining halberd was precisely shot out by Feng Yong. Feng Yong took advantage of the gap between Zhuowen and Chao Ji to take the initiative to launch a sneak attack. Zhuowen was utterly caught off guard, and Feng Yong actually drilled through empty air. Below the arena, Feng Yong's eyes narrowed, and his expression was slightly surprised. The halberd he shot out was a top-grade Earth-rank spirit treasure, yet it was actually unable to pierce through Zhuowen's body. It could be seen that Zhuowen's body was extraordinarily tough. Swoosh! Feng Yong suddenly flashed onto the arena and said indifferently, "There's no rule in the group stage that only those who fight in the arena must fight. It's completely reasonable for me to make a move. Could it be that you have some objections?" As soon as Feng Yong's words came out, the rest of the people in the square began to discuss spiritedly. They all looked at Feng Yong with a trace of disdain, but no one spoke out, not to mention the strength of the Feng clan behind Feng Yong. Feng Yong's words weren't without reason. There were indeed no rules in the group stage, and everything was decided by the general presiding over the arena. This was similar to how Gulanyi, Guosheng, and the others chose to fight 1 against 9 to obtain a spot in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. The rules were flexible and flexible. However, Zhuowen and Chao Yan's battle hadn't ended, and Zhuowen was in a relaxed state when he was talking to Chao Ji. It was indeed a little unreasonable for Feng Yong to suddenly make a move. He's breaking the rules, right? Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He had finally witnessed Feng Yong's shamelessness. He turned his head and stared at the Silver Dragon General, who was standing at the edge of the arena without saying a word. Feng Yong is right. There's no rule in the group stage that participants below the arena can't make a move. You were careless, so you can't blame others. The Silver Dragon General's voice was indifferent. He was actually openly supporting Feng Yong's nonsense. Zhuowen's face instantly turned gloomy. The Silver Dragon General's words actually supported Feng Yong's sneak attack just now. This made Zhuowen's heart turn cold. The smile on Feng Yong's face deepened. Others might not know, but he knew that the Silver Dragon General was a member of the Feng clan. Therefore, the Silver Dragon General had deliberately come to the 8th arena to preside over the competition, so that Feng Yong wouldn't have to worry about entering the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Crack! On the table, Lu Hantian suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were incomparably cold as he said indifferently, "Your Majesty, the Silver Dragon General is bending the law for personal gain." Feng Yong even openly launched a sneak attack. "Are you not going to do anything about it?" The Azure Emperor's expression was calm and indifferent from the beginning until the end. He looked at Lu Hantian, who didn't look too good, and said, "There are no rules or restrictions in the arena this time. Everything depends on the performance of the participants. The so-called bending the law for personal gain and the so-called sneak attack are all the same to me as long as you can stand until the end. You are the winner, no matter what method you use. I only look at the results, not the process. It's useless for you to say all this to me. If you're worried about Zhuowen, you can ask him to forfeit." The Azure Emperor didn't say anything else. He slowly sipped his wine with a smile on his face. Chapter 738. Chao Yan's death. Lu Hantian understood Zhuowen's character very well. It would be better to have him commit suicide than to have him forfeit. Therefore, it was unrealistic to have Zhuowen forfeit. Feng Tian, who was sitting on the right side of the table, revealed a smile. He was originally worried that Zhuowen was too strong and that Feng Yong would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that Zhuowen had been struck by Feng Yong's halberd and suffered heavy injuries, Feng Yong was unharmed. This time, Feng Yong's chances of victory were undoubtedly much higher. In the arena, Feng Yong slowly stood a few dozen meters in front of Zhuowen. He crossed his arms and looked at Zhuowen with ridicule. On the other side of the arena, Chao Yan, who had escaped from Zhuowen's palm, did not leave the arena. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen. With a cough, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He stared at Feng Yong and coldly said, as expected of the number 1 genius of the Feng family, "You can even use such despicable methods in such a shameless manner. Your skin has already reached the level of shamelessness. Ha ha, winner takes all. Winner takes all. Zhuowen, what's the point of saying all this? The right to speak will always be in the hands of the winner. No matter what you say, you will still lose in the end." Feng Yong did not take Zhuowen's words seriously. The ridicule in his eyes became even more intense. Right now, he was already in an invincible position. "Brother Chao, you've already lost. Why are you still on the arena?" Feng Yong's gaze suddenly converged on Chao Yan, who was not far away. Chao Yan's eyelids twitched. He indifferently said, "Brother Feng, this kid humiliated me just now. I can't swallow this grudge. I won't fight with you for the strongest person in this group. You and I will work together to kill this kid. I want to kill this kid with my own hands." Speaking until here, the killing intent in Chao Yan's eyes seemed to have materialized. He stared at Zhuowen with an extremely unfriendly gaze. He must kill this little bastard Zhuowen with his own hands. Chao Yan, would never forget the humiliation just now. If he didn't kill Zhuowen with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. So that's how it is. Since Brother Chow is so enthusiastic, it would be unsatisfactory if I don't agree. Let's join hands and kill this kid on this stage. Feng Yong raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Chow Yan to suggest joining forces. It seemed that Chow Yan's hatred for Zhuowen was very deep. Although Feng Yong had successfully ambushed Zhuowen with his halberd, causing Zhuowen to be injured, he was after all a centipede that was dead but not paralyzed. Feng Yong was still very wary of Zhuowen. Now that Chow Yan had taken the initiative to join forces, Feng Yong's confidence in dealing with Zhuowen had increased by a few %. Why wouldn't he, Feng Yong, be happy? Feng Yong and Chow Yan did not purposely lower their voices when they spoke. Hence, everyone in the square heard them clearly. Zhuowen had already been injured by Feng Yong's sneak attack. Now, Feng Yong actually wanted to join forces with Chow Yan to deal with Zhuowen. This battle had already lost its fairness. However, no one stepped forward to say anything. Emperor Qing had said that this battle would use an elimination system. No matter what method one used, as long as one eliminated the other contestants and became the strongest in the group, it would be fine. Moreover, the Silver Dragon General, who was in charge of Arena number 8, did not say anything. Hence, no one would say anything. Silver Dragon General, Chow Yan has already been eliminated by me, right? Don't tell me that he can still stay on the stage and join forces with Feng Yong? Wen's gaze turned even colder as he stared at the Silver Dragon General not far away. Humph. If you think it's unfair, you can forfeit. I didn't force you to stay on the stage. The Silver Dragon General snorted coldly, ignoring Zhuowen's opinion. Zhuowen took a deep breath. Although he knew that the Silver Dragon General was completely biased towards Feng Yong, Zhuowen's heart was still filled with anger when he heard the Silver Dragon General's words. Zhuowen, it's useless even if you forfeit today. You're dead. Anyway, do you really think that you can walk out of the imperial capital alive? Chow Yan's eyes were filled with coldness as he spoke coldly. His hatred for Zhuowen was like a huge wave. He wanted nothing more than to tear Zhuowen into pieces, right now. Even if he could not kill Zhuowen this time, he would not let Zhuowen go. Chow Yan, I didn't plan to kill you. Unfortunately, your mouth stinks even more than dog fart. A person like you is simply scum. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He silently circulated the origin energy in his body. With a stomp of his foot, he suddenly shot towards Chow Yan at his maximum speed. Brother Feng, let's kill this guy together. Chow Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhuowen rushing towards him. He shouted loudly, but he did not charge forward. Instead, he took a small step back and stood behind Feng Yong. Zhuowen was a peak ultimate 7-wheel emperor. Although he had been injured by Feng Yong's sneak attack earlier, he was still not someone that Chow Yan could face head-on. Therefore, he could only rely on Feng Yong. Naturally, Feng Yong saw Chow Yan's actions. However, he did not care too much about it. After all, Chow Yan was not very strong. He had never thought of relying on Chow Yan. Little bastard, you must die today. A sinister smile appeared on Feng Yong's face. With a stomp of his foot, the halberd that had been stabbed into the ground nearby immediately appeared in his hand. A terrifying aura burst out. His long hair fluttered as he also charged towards Zhuowen. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen and Feng Yong had collided. Countless sparks continuously spilled out in all directions from the collision between the two, the collision of the bone spear, and the halberd produced a stimulating sound that was like the sound of a great bell. It resounded throughout the entire space. In just an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Every blow was fatal and terrifying. In the eyes of the crowd, The two of them seemed to have turned into two illusory figures that could not be seen clearly at all. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the countless sparks that were produced when the two weapons collided. This proved that the two of them were engaged in an intense battle. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The sound of metal clashing reverberated around the entire arena. It was noisy and ear-piercing. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the two of them clashed once again. Then a figure fell from the sky in a sorry state and smashed into the center of the arena. Rumble! There was a loud sound like muffled thunder. A human-shaped hole was smashed into the center of the arena. A figure struggled out of it in a sorry state. When the crowd looked over, they were shocked to discover that this sorry figure was actually Zhuowen, who had been extremely powerful just a moment ago. At this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His qi and blood were boiling. Although Zhuowen's physical body was indeed very strong, Feng Yong's sneak attack earlier had caused Zhuowen to suffer immeasurable injuries. When Zhuowen was fighting with Feng Yong, he had been suppressing his injuries. This also caused Zhuowen to be unable to display his full strength. He had been suppressed by Feng Yong all this time. Earlier, Feng Yong had found a flaw and broken through his defense, mercilessly knocking him down from the sky. Puchi! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhuowen's gaze turned extremely gloomy. Now he only felt the qi and blood in his body boiling. His entire body was exhausted, and the suppressed injuries were showing signs of worsening. Whoosh! Not long after Zhuowen landed on the ground, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the other side of the arena. When Chao Yan, who was originally watching, saw Zhuowen's sorry state, he did not hesitate to rush over to Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I, Chao Yan, am not someone you can afford to offend. Since you have offended me, then you will not be able to escape this calamity. Now die. Chao Yan instantly flew above Zhuowen. A cold light flashed out from his sleeve. He actually took out a long sword with a cold light and pierced towards Zhuowen's forehead. Looking at such a shameless Chao Yan, the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes became even denser. This Chao Yan's shamelessness was something Zhuowen had never seen before in his life. Boom! Zhuowen waved his right hand. The green coffin behind him buzzed and flew out, blocking in front of him. Ding! Chao Yan's long sword touched the surface of the green coffin, and then his entire body stopped. This green coffin is so hard. Chao Yan's pupils constricted, and he could not help but whisper. Whoosh! A bone spear suddenly shot out from behind the green coffin, catching Chao Yan off guard. Under Chao Yan's astonished gaze, it instantly pierced through his abdomen, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. You actually dare to kill me? Chao Yan's gaze stared at the bone spear in his abdomen, and he still muttered to himself in disbelief. A despicable and shameless person like you deserves to die. You deserve to die. Zhuowen's voice was gloomy and cold like the winter moon, and every word resounded in Chao Yan's ears. Chapter 739. Defeat Feng Yong Chao. Xi's face turned even uglier. One could imagine how Chao Ji felt after seeing Chao Yan die in front of him. Lu Hantian, don't force me to make a move. Chao Ji said sinisterly. Oh, you want to make a move? Come, come, come. I will accompany you to the end. Lu Hantian rolled up his sleeves and sneered. A terrifying aura poured out of Lu Hantian's body, and cracks appeared in the space around the table. Chao Ji's eyes narrowed when he felt Lu Hantian's terrifying aura. He was shocked and said, Heavenly Venerate. Just the aura that flowed out was enough to cause the surrounding space to crack. This was not something an ordinary fourth Venerate could do. Chao Ji's face turned ugly. Lu Hantian's strength was beyond his expectations. Although he was the head of the Chao family, and was also a fourth venerate, he had only reached the third level of the fourth venerate, the golden venerate. He was still one step away from the heavenly venerate. Come, come, come. I am right here. Let's play. Lu Hantian's current appearance was no different from a hoodlum. He rolled up his sleeves and waved at Chao Ji provocatively. This scene made the other almighties roll their eyes. This Lu Hantian was too weird. How could a heavenly venerate not have the demeanor of a heavenly venerate? All right, the two of you can stop messing around. Come back. The Qing emperor finally spoke from the center of the table. Although his voice was soft, it was like thunder in everyone's ears. It was shocking and ear-piercing, causing everyone's minds to buzz. As soon as the Cyan emperor spoke, Lu Hantian and Chao Ji no longer dared to make a fuss and returned to their respective seats. Chao Ji's gaze was extremely cold as he stared at Zhuowen's figure in the arena. His face was ferocious. Chao Yan was his great-grandson and the most talented person among the many disciples of the Chao family. If Chao Yan did not die, he would definitely reach the fourth venerate realm and might even surpass his senior. But now, Chao Yan had been killed by Zhuowen. All of Chao Ji's hopes were dashed. He hated Zhuowen to the core and wished he could cut Zhuowen into pieces. From the moment Chao Yan took the initiative to attack Zhuowen to Zhuowen's death, it was in the blink of an eye. Even Feng Yong, who was floating in the air, did not expect that Zhuowen, you killed Chao Yan? Feng Yong still couldn't believe it and couldn't help but ask, Feng Yong. Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot as he stomped his feet. The side effect of the blood-sucking great skill had already appeared. Chao Yan's resentment after his death entered Zhuowen's body and turned into an endless baleful aura. Waves of blood-red baleful aura gushed out from the countless pores on Zhuowen's body. They were like blood-red bubbles that surrounded Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a wild beast. What a terrifying baleful aura! At the edge of the arena, the silver dragon general narrowed his eyes as a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. The baleful aura gushing out from Zhuowen's body was even more terrifying than that of a border general like him. The silver dragon general could not help but feel that it was inconceivable. Boom! Zhuowen suddenly slapped the green coffin. The green coffin, which was about 10 feet in size, suddenly crashed to the ground and blocked in front of Zhuowen. Creak! In an instant, Zhuowen opened the demon-suppressing green coffin by a third. A terrifying pressure poured out. Under this pressure, countless rocks in the arena floated up as if weightless. Feng Yong, get down here and accept your death. Feng Yong, get down here and accept your death. Zhuowen shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder that exploded in the air. Countless echoes resounded in the air above the arena, causing many people in the surroundings to feel a sense of pride and passion, as if they were facing death unflinchingly. Feng Yong narrowed his eyes as he stared at Zhuowen below. He was still somewhat bewildered. The more he looked at Zhuowen, the stranger he felt. Clearly, this kid was struck to the ground by him. He should be more injured than before. Why did his complexion look better than before? How could Feng Yong know that Zhuowen possessed the blood-sucking great skill that the blood demon had imparted to him? It could instantly absorb the blood essence of living beings to quickly replenish his body and speed up his recovery. Now that Zhuowen's injuries were much better than before, and the injuries in his body had been completely suppressed, Zhuowen naturally wanted to take revenge on Feng Yong. Humph! Empty bravado! Feng Yong coldly snorted. He was certain that Zhuowen was empty bravado. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body descended like a meteor. His speed soared to the extreme. Flood Dragon Halberd! With a low shout, Feng Yong instantly arrived above Zhuowen. With a shake of his right hand, ink-black energy surged out of the halberd. It actually condensed into a flood dragon several hundred feet long behind Feng Yong. Awoo! As Feng Yong's halberd descended, the massive flood dragon instantly enveloped Zhuowen's tiny figure. Humph! Advance, and the proud dragon will regret. Retreat, and the thistle will grow. Proud dragon style, break for me. With continuous footsteps, Zhuowen grasped the dragon-scale tyrant bone spear with both hands. The spear tilted from top to bottom. His right foot moved forward, and the tip of his foot pushed forward. An incomparably powerful aura burst forth. At this moment, it was as if Zhuowen and the dragon-scale tyrant bone spear had become one. A muffled sound like thunder resounded from the void behind Zhuowen. A terrifying dragon had descended from the void and blocked in front of Zhuowen. Rumble! The dragon head and the flood dragon instantly tore at each other. The terrifying power caused the surrounding space to tremble faintly. There was actually the sound of glass shattering. Awoo! Unfortunately, the flood dragon's power was ultimately much stronger than the dragon head. It actually shattered the dragon head and continued to dive towards Zhuowen with irresistible force. A cold light arrives first, then the spear strikes like a dragon. Subduing dragon style, strike for me. Zhuowen's spear momentum did not change. He suddenly swung the bone spear and immediately displayed the second move of the dragon-scale tyrant bone spear, the subduing dragon style. Suddenly, a monstrous dragon roar resounded. A huge coiling dragon that was hundreds of meters long coiled around Zhuowen's body, forming an impenetrable defense. In the next second, the flood dragon arrived as expected. The coiling dragon and the flood dragon collided. The dragon's roar and the flood dragon's roar rang out continuously. In the end, the two roars shattered in a terrifying explosion. Ding! When the coiling dragon and the flood dragon were destroyed, Feng Yong instantly arrived. He swung the halberd in his hand, causing countless hurricanes to fly towards Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen laughed coldly. He held the bone spear horizontally and directly blocked the halberd's attack. Your injuries? Feeling the powerful force transmitted from the bone spear, Feng Yong frowned slightly. He actually felt that Zhuowen's injuries were much better than before. The smile on Zhuowen's face widened. He held the bone spear in his right hand and once again slapped the green coffin with his left hand. Creak! The crack on the green coffin lid widened by a little. Zhuowen had opened half of it, and an even more frightening pressure than before poured out in torrents. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared from the green coffin, and a strange aura slowly spread out. Feng Yong, who was in front of Zhuowen, also noticed the blood-red eyes that suddenly appeared from the green coffin. When he looked over, his body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. On the high platform, when Grand Lily saw the pair of blood-red eyes in the green coffin, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of lingering fear. Back when she was chasing after Zhuowen, she had forced Zhuowen to use these blood-red eyes. This pair of blood-red eyes was very dangerous. Even Granny Lily had almost fallen into the endless illusion of the blood-red eyes. If it wasn't for her firm will and powerful strength, she might have been killed by Zhuowen instead. The instant Feng Yong fell into the blood-red eyes, Zhuowen's spear changed direction and instantly pierced towards Feng Yong's forehead. If this attack hit, Feng Yong would definitely die. The instant the spear tip was about to reach Feng Yong's forehead, Feng Yong's eyes regained clarity, and he saw the spear tip that was close at hand. Feng Yong roared angrily. He stomped his feet and retreated continuously. Unfortunately, the bone spear was like a maggot that followed closely behind Feng Yong. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. A ruthless light flashed in Feng Yong's eyes. He made a prompt decision and directly blocked in front of his forehead with his left hand. Puchi! A broken arm flew out and fresh blood splattered. Feng Yong's left arm was instantly broken, with his left arm delaying time. Feng Yong's body moved, and he immediately dodged Zhuowen's fatal attack. Your reaction is quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to take the next move. Feng Yong had lost an arm, and his strength was greatly reduced. Now, he was no longer a match for Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen was confident that this move could definitely take Feng Yong's life. Buzz. The invisible spear intent spread out. Zhuowen's body was like a spear and instantly shot out, rushing towards Feng Yong, who was retreating continuously. At this moment, Feng Yong, who was retreating, had a sinister expression. The pain of losing an arm was not so easy to endure. Even though Feng Yong was strong, he still grimaced in pain. Whoosh! Zhuowen rushed over again. The bone spear suddenly shot out and pressed forward. This caused Feng Yong's expression to change greatly. He struck out with the halberd in his right hand, wanting to completely block Zhuowen's attack. Bang! Unfortunately, under the support of the bone spear with spear intent, and Feng Yong's strength being greatly reduced due to losing an arm, Feng Yong's attack was extremely weak, and the halberd was directly shattered. Puchi! The bone spear shot out again, and Feng Yong's right arm was cut off at the shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah, Zhuowen, you little bastard! With both arms broken, Feng Yong's face was ashen. This was equivalent to being a cripple. No matter how high his cultivation was, without both arms, he could no longer do anything on the road of martial arts. Whoosh! After cutting off Feng Yong's right arm, Zhuowen's bone spear once again shot out towards Feng Yong's forehead. He planned to directly kill Feng Yong with this attack. I admit defeat. I forfeit. Zhuowen, stop it right now. Looking at the bone spear that shot out once again, Feng Yong's face, which was originally ashen, was filled with fear. Admit defeat. Forfeit? It's too late now. It's better for you to die. At the moment when Feng Yong shamelessly launched a sneak attack on him, Zhuowen had already sentenced Feng Yong to death. This Feng Yong must be killed by Zhuowen. Stop. Feng Yong has already admitted defeat, and you still dare to kill him. Today, this general will cripple you, this bastard who despises the law. The moment Zhuowen made his move, a loud shout suddenly sounded from the edge of the arena. Chapter 740. The strongest in the group. Zhuowen's pupils shrank when he sensed the terrifying aura behind him. His eyes were filled with coldness. The silver dragon general had actually attacked him in public. This was no longer a matter of favoritism. Instead, the silver dragon general wanted to kill him from the very beginning. With a cold snort, Zhuowen's hand seals changed. 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back, and his speed soared to the limit. He arrived in front of Feng Yong in a flash. Zhuowen grabbed Feng Yong's collar with his right hand. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a lightning shadow and retreated. Rumble! The moment he retreated, the place where Zhuowen had been suddenly exploded, forming a huge crater that was dozens of feet wide. It was a terrifying sight. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the huge crater. The silver dragon general had really planned to be ruthless. Just this attack alone had used the full strength of a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm 9th wheel. If Feng Yong had taken it head-on, he would have probably died. Zhuowen, our Feng clan is not someone you can offend. Let me go immediately. Feng Yong only felt sullen. It was too humiliating to be held in Zhuowen's hand. However, he did not dare to act rashly. With his arms broken, he was no match for Zhuowen. If Zhuowen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Then did you think about letting me go when you attacked me? Zhuowen snorted coldly. Feng Yong's expression froze, but he still retorted, Zhuowen, you better think carefully. If you kill me, the Feng clan will not let you go. I have already crippled you. What's the difference between killing you and crippling you? Do you think that your Feng clan will let me go if I let you go? Zhuowen retorted with a sneer. Then what do you want? Feng Yong was both shocked and furious. He said with some fear. Zhuowen had even dared to kill Chao Yan. Feng Yong knew that Zhuowen was completely capable of killing him. At this moment, there was a hint of submission in his voice. Zhuowen no longer paid any attention to Feng Yong, who was still clamoring. His gaze focused on the Silver Dragon General, who was slowly walking out of the deep pit with a grave expression. Zhuowen, you've got some guts. Feng Yong had already admitted defeat, yet you still attacked. A person like you who looks down on the law and ignores the rules is not qualified to participate in this ranking tournament. The Silver Dragon General also noticed that Feng Yong's life was in Zhuowen's hands. His eyes hardened as he spoke in a cold voice. Defying the law, ignoring the rules, the smile on Zhuowen's face grew even wider. This Silver Dragon General was really distorting the truth and spouting nonsense. At the beginning, Feng Yong had taken advantage of his unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack on him, and even joined forces with Chao Yan to fight him. Could it be that this wasn't disregarding the rules? In the beginning, Feng Yong had not cared. Now that Zhuowen had defeated Feng Yong, he had come out to meddle in other people's business. The Silver Dragon General's intention to side with Zhuowen was too obvious. That's right. I'm presiding over the number 8 arena, so you have to listen to me. You ignored the rules and even used cruel methods. A person like you isn't qualified to be the strongest person in the number 8 arena group, the Silver Dragon General said righteously. I'm not qualified. Could it be that you think that this trash is qualified? As he spoke, Zhuowen raised his right hand and pulled Feng Yong, who had a slightly narrowed expression, to the front as he spoke in a cold voice. Zhuowen, you little bastard, why aren't you quickly releasing Feng Yong? Suddenly, a shocked and furious voice sounded out from the table. Feng Tian stood up with a bang, his gaze staring fixedly at Zhuowen. He also did not expect that Feng Yong would actually lose miserably in the end. Moreover, both of his arms were even chopped off by Zhuowen. Needless to say, Feng Yong would become a complete cripple in the future. The person with the strongest talent in their Feng family actually had both of his arms crippled in front of everyone's eyes. This was already indirectly slapping their Feng family's face. How could Feng Tian not be furious? Moreover, Feng Yong was Feng Tian's son. Blood was thicker than water. Now that Feng Yong was in such a miserable state, how could Feng Tian not be furious? Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Feng Tian and said in a clear voice, You want me to release Feng Yong? Feng Tian's eyes were crimson red as he said coldly, That's right, little bastard. You better release Feng Yong. Otherwise, your friends, family, and everyone related to you will all die in the future. As long as you release Feng Yong, I promise to leave you with a complete corpse. I won't let you die too miserably. As soon as Feng Tian said this, Zhuowen's pupils constricted. Feng Tian's meaning was very simple and also very cruel. In other words, whether Zhuowen released Feng Yong or not, he, Zhuowen, would die. If he released Feng Yong, his friends and family would not be implicated. If he did not release Feng Yong, he and all of his friends and family would die. Whether I release Feng Yong or not, I will die. Is there something wrong with your head? Since I'm going to die, then why should I release Feng Yong? Zhuowen retorted sarcastically. This Feng Tian was so domineering. Whether he, Zhuowen, released Feng Tian or not, he, Zhuowen, would die. This was forcing him to kill Feng Yong. At this moment, Feng Yong also realized that Feng Tian's words were somewhat inappropriate. He hurriedly struggled and said, "Father, save me, Zhuowen. Why aren't you letting him go? Don't force me to make a move." Looking at Feng Yong's appearance, Feng Tian's heart faintly ached, and he said coldly to Zhuowen, "Ha ha, you also said that whether I release him or not, I, Zhuowen, will die. Since I, Zhuowen, am going to die, why should I let Feng Yong go?" Zhuowen sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Tian's face froze. He also realized that his words earlier were somewhat inappropriate. However, as the patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Tian naturally couldn't swallow his pride and change his words. Instead, he snorted coldly and said, "Zhuowen, you have to think clearly. Could it be that you want your friends and family to be buried with you even if you die? So long as you release Feng Yong, I won't make a move against your friends and family." Old bastard, before you ask me to release him, can you use your brain? With your current intelligence, it's already no different from a pig. Zhuowen shook his head, and his gaze landed on Feng Yong as he said indifferently, "Feng Yong, remember, the person who killed you wasn't of my own volition. It was your father, Feng Tian, who forced me to kill you. Since I'm going to die regardless of whether I release you or not, so in my opinion, it's better to let you be buried with me." As he spoke up to hear, the mocking smile on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth became even denser. On the other hand, Feng Yong's face was filled with terror. He knew that Zhuowen had made up his mind to kill him. "Don't kill me. Before Feng Yong could finish his words, Zhuowen exerted force with his right hand. Instantly, a crisp, cracking sound could be heard. Following this, Feng Yong's head tilted to the side, and he actually stopped breathing. Bang! Zhuowen tossed his right hand, and Feng Yong's corpse, which had died with his eyes open, flew out in a parabola shape before heavily smashing into the ground. Silence. The entire plaza was deathly silent. Only the sound of Feng Yong's corpse hitting the ground echoed endlessly throughout the plaza. Dead. The number one genius of the Feng family, Feng Yong, had died just like that. When the gazes of everyone in the plaza gathered on Zhuowen's figure, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This Zhuowen was too ruthless. Not only did he kill the number one genius of the Chao family, Chao Yan, but he even killed Feng Yong. This could no longer be described as daring and reckless. Not only were the people in the plaza stunned, but even Feng Tian was stunned. He never thought that Zhuowen would actually dare to kill Feng Yong. On the high platform, Huangfu, Wuji, Granny Baiha, and the others were also stunned. Zhuowen's final choice and method had also exceeded their expectations. On the martial stage, the Silver Dragon general was also stunned. He never thought that Zhuowen would actually kill Feng Yong, and without the slightest hesitation at all. "You actually dare to kill Feng Yong in front of this general? You are courting death." The Silver Dragon general angrily roared, and an endless infernal aura erupted from his body. The Silver Dragon general turned into a bloody shadow that flew towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the Silver Dragon general rushing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He coldly said, "For a dead man, is it really worth it for you to attack me? Now that Feng Yong is dead, I am officially ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation. Do you think that if you kill me, His Majesty the Azure Emperor will spare you?" As soon as these words came out, the originally aggressive Silver Dragon general suddenly stopped. He stood 5 meters away from Zhuowen, a hesitant look on his face. Zhuowen's words weren't without reason. Feng Yong had already been thoroughly killed by him. Without a doubt, the strongest powerhouse on the 8th martial stage was Zhuowen. Although he, the Silver Dragon General, was the one presiding over this martial stage, if he were to attack a genius that stood out from the group for no reason, what would the Azure Emperor think? If Feng Yong hadn't died, then he might have been able to obtain Feng Tian's praise. But now that Feng Yong had died in front of him, he feared that he would have to bear Feng Tian's wrath. Since this was the case, the Silver Dragon General had no reason to attack Zhuowen. This boy's methods are ruthless and decisive, and his mind is clear and sharp. His future achievements will be limitless. As he thought of this, the Silver Dragon General slowly withdrew his murderous aura. He knew very well that not only was Zhuowen strong and talented, but he was also very smart. This boy's future was limitless. If he, the Silver Dragon General, couldn't kill Zhuowen today, then he would have to bear Zhuowen's revenge in the future. However, even if he killed Zhuowen, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, the best choice for him now was to be a bystander and not meddle in other people's business. Can you announce the result of the 8th martial stage now? Zhuowen asked faintly. The Silver Dragon General's eyes flickered as he announced loudly, 8th martial stage, Zhuowen wins. As he said that, the Silver Dragon General suddenly looked at Lu Long below the stage. He said indifferently, "It's just you and Zhuowen now. The two of you will fight to determine the strongest person in the group." Lu Long's face stiffened, and he hurriedly shook his head and forfeited. What a joke! Zhuowen had even killed Chao Yan and Feng Yong. He had not even reached the limits of the Seven-Wheel King realm, so he would be sending himself to death if he went up. As a result, Lu Long admitted defeat very straightforwardly. The Silver Dragon General was not too surprised by Lu Long's admission of defeat. After witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength and ruthless methods, no one would be interested in fighting him at all. Since that's the case, the winner of the 8th martial stage is Zhuowen, the Silver Dragon General announced loudly. At the same time, the countless people in the surroundings were in an uproar. They stared at Zhuowen in a daze as excitement filled their faces. Chapter 741. On the floating platform creek, Feng Tian clenched his fists tightly as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen, who was on the arena below. His expression was savage, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Zhuowen into pieces. However, he knew that he couldn't make a move now because Lu Hantian's cold and indifferent gaze was staring fixedly at him from the other side of the table. Feng Tian knew that if he made a move, Lu Hantian would definitely come out to stop him. His strength was on par with Chao Ji, so he was definitely not a match for Lu Hantian. Zhuowen! Feng Tian fiercely muttered Zhuowen's name as he took a deep breath and sat back down on the table while his gaze flickered. Zhuowen smoothly emerged from the 8th arena and walked towards the high platform under the lead of a soldier. He arrived at the place where Huangfu Wudao and the other 4 geniuses were. Zhuowen, I never imagined that your strength would be so formidable. Even Chao Yan and Feng Yong were defeated by you. Guo Sheng laughed loudly as he arrived near the 5 geniuses. He arrived before Zhuowen and sized up Zhuowen with dense shock in the depths of his eyes. He still remembered that Zhuowen was utterly powerless against him when they were in Muqin County. Now, not only had Zhuowen's cultivation caught up to his, even Chao Yan and Feng Yong, 2 geniuses in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings, had been defeated. The speed of Zhuowen's improvement had truly exceeded Guo Sheng's expectations. Originally, Guo Sheng thought that his improvement was already fast enough. However, he paled in comparison to Zhuowen. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at Guo Sheng and said, "Brother Guo is too modest. Your strength is probably stronger than mine. At the very least, I'm unable to see through you now. Zhuowen was speaking the truth. He really couldn't see through Guosheng. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that Guosheng's cultivation was above Zhuowen's. 3 months ago, Guosheng had already reached the peak of the ultimate seven-wheel emperor stage and could easily defeat Feng Yong. Now that 3 months had passed, with Guosheng's talent, Zhuowen didn't believe that Guosheng hadn't made any breakthroughs. In other words, Guosheng was very likely an ultimate 8-wheel emperor stage expert. Humph! Little bastard, you were lucky to meet Chao Yan and Feng Yong in the group stage. If you had met me, I would have made you suffer an incomparably miserable end. An ear-piercing voice sounded out, causing Zhuowen's eyes to turn cold. He turned to look at the lofty Huangfu Wuji and lightly said, "His Highness the Second Prince is truly unparalleled in this world. Someone as insignificant as me can be killed with a flip of his hand." However, in the peach blossom origin diagram, His Highness the Second Prince was at the peak of the ultimate seven-wheel emperor stage, and I was only at the peak of the ultimate six-wheel emperor stage. There was a difference of an entire realm between us. At that time, His Highness the Second Prince threatened to kill me, but now I seem to be standing here perfectly fine. As he spoke to hear, Zhuowen no longer spoke. Instead, he stared at Huangfu Wuji with a mocking gaze. Zhuowen's words seemed to be flattering Huangfu Wuji, but in reality, he was saying that Huangfu Wuji was clearly stronger than Zhuowen, yet he still couldn't kill Zhuowen. He was mocking Huangfu Wuji for being incompetent. "You have a sharp tongue and a glib tongue. Zhuowen, you're only good at talking now. Once we truly fight, I'm afraid you'll truly regret it." Huangfu Wuji's eyes narrowed. Before he could open his mouth to refute, Grand Lily suddenly opened her mouth. Her cold voice was particularly ear-piercing to Zhuowen's ears. "You're just a slut that I'm about to divorce, yet you dare to spout such nonsense in front of me? I'll give you one word. Fuck off." Zhuowen didn't even look at Grand Lily as he coldly retorted. Towards Grand Lily, Zhuowen could be considered to have a deep-seated hatred. This woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. Back in the peach blossom origin diagram, she had wanted to kill him. How could Zhuowen possibly have a good attitude towards this woman? "What did you say?" Grand Lily was so angry that her body trembled. A terrifying aura gushed out from her body, pressuring Zhuowen. "Ha ha! Everyone, let's not harm each other. Now that we've all successfully entered the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list, we can be considered brothers and sisters. Let's not fight and kill, okay?" At the instant that Grand Lily released her terrifying aura, an even more overbearing aura swept out, directly suppressing Grand Lily's aura. Soon after, a rather gentle voice sounded out. Grand Lily's beautiful face slightly changed. She turned her head and saw a trace of a gentle smile on Morong Zhan's face. Grand Lily's eyes revealed a trace of dread. She coldly snorted and fiercely glared at Zhuowen before slowly restraining her aura. It wasn't only because of Morong Zhan, but also because this was the Golden Imperial Palace. Private fights were not allowed. Zhuowen glanced at the beaming Morong Zhan in astonishment. He nodded his head and shifted his attention to the remaining 4 arenas below. Time passed by minute. The strongest of the 4 arenas had already been filtered out. Arena number 2 was Qing Yan, arena number 5 was Qing Ming, arena number 7 was Zhu Bai, and arena number 9 was the Lightless Monk. Qing Yan, Qing Ming, and Zhu Bai were originally in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list. Hence, Zhuowen wasn't surprised that they were the strongest of their arenas. What really surprised Zhuowen was the Lightless Monk in arena number 9. The final battle in arena number 9 was naturally between LV Yitao and the Lightless Monk. LV Yitao was ranked 15th on the Azure Emperor list, while the Lightless Monk was ranked 14th. Their rankings were close. Originally, everyone thought that this battle would be a stalemate. However, in the end, LV Tao was defeated by the Lightless Monk in one move and was directly eliminated from the arena. Although LV Tao's strength was much weaker than Zhuowen's, he had been extremely diligent in his cultivation for the past 3 months. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the ultimate 6-wheel emperor realm. Arena number 9 originally didn't have any geniuses in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list, so LV Tao's chances of standing out were very high. However, the Lightless Monk suddenly appeared halfway and displayed his terrifying strength, directly eliminating LV Tao. This Lightless Monk's strength is at least at the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. Looking at the Lightless Monk behind Qing Yan, Qing Ming, and Zhu Bai, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The Lightless Monk's strength had surprised him. At this point, the results of all 10 arenas had been announced. This also meant that the new top 10 of the Azure Emperor list had appeared in front of everyone. On the table, the Azure Emperor slowly stood up with a gentle smile on his face. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone has seen it. The top 10 of the Azure Emperor list have been selected. They are Huangfu Wudao, Morongzhan, Gran Baiha, Qing Yan, Qing Ming, Zhu Bai, Huangfu Wuji, Guisheng, Zhuowen, and the Lightless Monk. First, this emperor would like to congratulate the 10 of you." When the Azure Emperor said this, everyone below the arena revealed excited expressions. The top 10 of the Azure Emperor list hadn't changed much. The only change was that Chao Yen, who was ranked 10th, and Feng Yong, who was ranked 8th, had been eliminated. Zhuowen and the Lightless Monk had been newly promoted. Of course, in this arena battle, the one who had stunned everyone the most was still Zhuowen on the 8th arena. After all, Chao Yen and Feng Yong had both been defeated by Zhuowen. From this, it could be seen that Zhuowen's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Since the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list have been selected, the next step will be the top 5. Everyone should be aware of the importance of the top 5 of the Azure Emperor list. As the Azure Emperor spoke to hear, he deliberately paused. As for the 10 geniuses in front of the high platform, their eyes shined with a strange light. Even Huangfu Wudao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, revealing the restlessness in his heart. This time, the top 5 of the Azure Emperor list would have the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of the Excellent Divine Institute. This was a great opportunity. To the Azure Xian Empire, the Excellent Divine Institute was a colossal existence. Throughout the entire Eastern lands, the Excellent Divine Institute was an illustrious existence. Even the Blue Dragon Hall couldn't ignore its existence. If they could enter such a colossal power, it would undoubtedly be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Just the huge amount of resources and teachers in the Excellent Divine Institute was enough to allow a cultivator to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Even the arrogant first prince, Huangfu Wudao, had a blind pursuit of the Excellent Divine Institute. He also desired to enter the Excellent Divine Institute. The Excellent Divine Institute. Among the 10, Zhuowen's eyes shone with a dazzling light. He couldn't help but feel excited. The Excellent Divine Institute was the place of his dreams that he had been looking forward to for a long time. In the Excellent Divine Institute, not only did it have the complete ice-fire sacred symbol, but it also had Mu Qinxue, whom he yearned for day and night. He, Zhuowen, had to enter the Excellent Divine Institute no matter what. This emperor will not speak any more nonsense. The battle for the top 5 will begin now. As long as you enter the top 5, you will have the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of the Excellent Divine Institute. Speaking to hear, the Azure Emperor waved his sleeves. Suddenly, countless green lights descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the arena. Rumble! As the green lights descended, the 10 arenas in the middle of the arena emitted a strange green light, following which, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they transformed into a gigantic green arena that was a few hundred feet tall. This huge cyan fighting ring floated quietly in the air above the square, giving people a sense of awe as they looked up at it from afar. The 10 geniuses on the high platform all focused their gazes on the gigantic arena floating in the air with different expressions on their faces. This is the floating arena, the stage for the 10 of you. The rules are simple. 2-on-2 battles, survival of the fittest. However, in the battle for the top 5, you cannot kill. If anyone wants to kill, then don't blame this emperor for being impolite. Speaking to here, the Azure Emperor's tone became much more serious. The top 10 geniuses of the Azure Mystic Empire had already been chosen. They represented the highest standards of the Azure Mystic Empire. If they were to die, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. Zhuowen and the rest naturally knew what the Azure Emperor was thinking. They all nodded their heads without any objections. Now, draw lots to choose your opponent. Finishing his words, the Azure Emperor tossed his right hand and 10 green bamboo sticks floated in the air. I'll go first. Huangfu Wudao stretched out his right hand, and a suction force swept out from his palm. Suddenly, the 10 bamboo sticks in the air were sucked into his palm. With Huangfu Wudao taking the lead, the other 9 geniuses also drew their bamboo sticks. Zhuowen was no exception. Chapter 742, Zhu Bai versus Qing Ming apart from Zhuowen. The other 9 geniuses all looked at the bamboo lots in their hands. Since all 10 of you have obtained the bamboo lots, the one with the A lots, please step forward. Emperor Qing said as he looked at the 10 geniuses. Immediately, 2 figures stepped forward. They were the number 1 genius of the Zhu clan, Zhu Bai, and one of the 2 legendary heroes of the Azure Dragon Branch Hall, Qing Ming. Zhu Bai and Qing Ming looked at each other before a terrifying elite aura erupted from both of them. A terrifying battle intent swept out from between the 2 of them. The 2 of you can go first. Emperor Qing said indifferently. Zhu Bai and Qing Ming nodded their heads. With a stomp of their feet, they leaped onto the green-colored stage that was floating in the air. The 2 of them faced each other from a distance on each side of the stage. Everyone in the plaza was excited when they saw Zhu Bai and Qing Ming on the arena. They never thought that Zhu Bai and Qing Ming would actually fight each other. Zhu Bai and Qing Ming were ranked 3rd on the Imperial ranking board, while Qing Ming was ranked 4th. Their rankings were extremely close. Moreover, Zhu Bai and Qing Ming had fought each other in the last ranking battle. Last time, Qing Ming and Zhu Bai's battle was extremely intense. Unfortunately, Qing Ming lost to Zhu Bai by a single move. They wondered if Qing Ming would be able to regain his glory and avenge his previous defeat. The 2 of us are really fated to meet again. Qing Ming, who was wearing green clothes and had a faintly discernible scholarly smile on his face, quietly stood in front of Zhu Bai and spoke somewhat helplessly. Zhu Bai's expression was cold as he looked at Qing Ming and said, Qing Ming, your cultivation technique attribute is naturally countered by me, and your cultivation cannot surpass mine. You will definitely lose this battle. Qing Ming's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He smiled faintly and said, Zhu Bai, you're too confident. You may not necessarily lose. As he spoke, Qing Ming took a step forward, and a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. Countless streams of green energy coiled around Qing Ming like countless green snakes. It looked extremely strange. What terrifying strength! Qing Ming has actually reached the mid-stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. His strength is so strong. Zhuo Wen, who was below the arena, narrowed his eyes when he sensed Qing Ming's powerful aura. He was shocked. Qing Ming was indeed worthy of being ranked fourth on the previous Azure Emperor rankings. His cultivation was too terrifying. In terms of cultivation, Zhuowen was not as good as Qing Ming. However, if Zhuowen revealed his level 5 complete mental strength, Zhuowen was confident that he could fight against Qing Ming. Zhu Bai shook his head. The coldness at the corners of his mouth spread even further as he said indifferently, "Mid-Ultimate Emperor stage? You've improved quite quickly, but unfortunately, my improvement isn't any worse than yours." Zhu Bai also took a step forward as he spoke. A similarly frightening aura swept out. Countless golden force spread out in a densely packed manner, like small golden snakes. His aura was like a rainbow and was actually not inferior to Qing Ming's. It was yet another ultimate 8-wheel Emperor realm cultivator. The people around the arena all sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhu Bai and Qing Ming were so powerful. They were both ultimate 8-wheel emperors. Zhu Bai and Qing Ming were not very old. They were not more than 30 years old. To be able to reach the ultimate 8-wheel emperor realm at such an age, their talent was extremely terrifying even in the entire Qingxian Empire. This was also the reason why everyone in the square was so shocked when the two of them unleashed their true auras. Boom! In an instant, Zhu Bai and Qing Ming shot out explosively and collided with each other. Countless green and gold-colored force splashed across the entire arena like raindrops that filled the sky. It was a dazzling and colorful sight. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows in the air. Force flew everywhere, and the space collapsed. The power displayed in each of their moves caused the people below to tremble. It was too terrifying. A battle between ultimate 8-wheel emperors was actually so terrifying. Qing Ming, let's end this in one move. What's the point of fighting like this? A loud shout rang out from the battle on the arena. Then, the golden and green figures immediately separated. The one who had spoken was Zhu Bai. I was thinking the same thing. Qing Ming panted slightly. His eyes were cold as he said coldly. In the air, Zhu Bai's expression was extremely grave. He took a step forward, and the aura within his body increased by several times. When he took another step, it increased by dozens of times. When he took a third step, it increased by several hundred times. In an instant, endless tearing winds filled Zhu Bai's body. The surrounding space actually shattered like glass shards. They rustled as they fell, producing crisp patter sounds. 10,000 shadows trampled the heavens and earth. Zhu Bai shouted in a low voice as he suddenly took the fourth step. The aura that surged out instantly increased by nearly 1,000 times. For a time, countless flickering figures of light actually formed around his body. Qing Ming's eyes narrowed when he saw the countless shadows beneath Zhu Bai's feet. He was not to be outdone. His hands quickly formed a seal, forming a strange hand seal. Countless rays of green light shot out from the hand seal and shot into the sky. They actually pierced a crack in the space behind him. Green Emperor seal. Rumble! Above the crack in space, a several thousand feet tall green figure suddenly stepped through the air and landed on the arena. This green figure wore a crown on his head. His face was blurry, and his body gave off a terrifying aura that looked down on the world. Countless rays of green light surrounded him, increasing his might. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the green figure shot towards the countless shadows before him. A mountain-like palm unceremoniously smashed down in an attempt to break apart the countless shadows. Terrifying explosions resounded in the void. They were continuous and endless. It was as if countless fireworks were blooming in the sky, Without stopping, everyone in the arena raised their heads and looked at the terrifying explosions in the sky. Their eyes were filled with shock and anticipation. Qingming and Zhu Bai were both top 5 geniuses on the previous Green Emperor ranking. Who would be the final victor in the clash between the two of them? The terrifying explosions did not last for long. They slowly calmed down in the sky, like a sunny day after a rain. Swoosh! A figure suddenly shot out and smashed into the huge arena that was suspended in the air. He fell on the arena in a rather miserable state. Everyone looked over and recognized the miserable figure. It was Qingming from the Azure Dragon subsidiary hall. At this moment, Qingming's hair was disheveled and his face was pale. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely exhausted. At the same time, there was a trace of unwillingness on his face. He knew that he had been defeated twice by the same person. Qingming has been defeated. Aoki, who was sitting on the table, frowned and muttered to himself. Zhu Bai slowly landed on the arena in the sky. He stared at Qingming with his sharp eyes and said, "The outcome has been decided. Qingming, you have lost." Zhu Bai's face was slightly pale and he was panting. However, compared to Qingming, he was in a much better state. It was obvious that Zhu Bai was much stronger than Qingming. Qingming snorted and jumped down from the arena. He found the territory of the Azure Dragon subsidiary hall and sat down cross-legged on the ground to heal his injuries. Zhu Bai wins the first round. Emperor Qing said indifferently after the announcement. Zhu Bai also jumped down from the arena and returned to the Zhu family team. With the help of the Zhu family master, he also began to heal the injuries in his body. Those who have drawn Lot B step forward. After the battle between Zhu Bai and Qingming ended, Emperor Qing continued to arrange the opponents for the next round. 2 figures stepped forward again. They were Grand Lily and Lightless Monk. When Lightless Monk saw that his opponent was Grand Lily, a trace of bitterness appeared on his kind face. Grand Lily was very powerful. Lightless Monk did not have the slightest confidence to face such an opponent. However, he had reached the point where he had no choice but to shoot. Grand Lily's pretty face was cold. She took a step forward and jumped onto the arena. Her cold eyes stared at Lightless Monk with a trace of disdain at the corner of her mouth. In Grand Lily's opinion, Lightless Monk's advancement to the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list was purely due to luck. After all, the strongest person in Lightless Monk's arena was LVE Tao, who was only at the peak of the 6-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. Hence, Grand Lily did not take Lightless Monk seriously at all. Lightless Monk also jumped onto the arena. He put his palms together and bowed to Grand Lily. He said kindly, "I hope Almsgiver Grand Lily will show mercy." "Humph, little monk, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, it's not too late to forfeit now. Otherwise, it'll be hard to say who will win when the battle starts later," Grand Lily said arrogantly. Lightless Monk put his palms together and continued, "I'm still willing to test Almsgiver Grand Lily's strength." "Humph, stubborn monk, since you're not forfeiting, don't blame me for being rude." Grand Lily snorted and placed her jade-like hands on her waist. With a light pull, a black soft whip appeared in her palm. Following that, Grand Lily waved her jade-like hands, and the soft whip swept toward Monk Wu Deng's face like a spirit snake. Nirvana body. Lightless Monk looked at the soft whip that was sweeping towards him. He was not in a hurry, and his palms were still put together. Waves of dazzling golden light burst out from his body, causing Lightless Monk's golden light to spread out. At the same time, a huge illusory image of an ancient Buddha appeared behind Lightless Monk. The ancient Buddha had a compassionate look on his face. He put his palms together and sat cross-legged on the golden lotus, silently overlooking everything that was under his control. Nirvana body? Below the arena, Zhuowen looked at the nirvana body that Lightless Monk used and was shocked. Lightless Monk's nirvana body was actually similar to his Vairocana nirvana body. It seemed that they were both Buddhist body refining cultivation methods. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded between heaven and earth. The soft whip that was like a spiritual snake hit the ancient Buddha's body fiercely. However, it was unable to cause any damage to the ancient Buddha. Instead, the soft whip was retracted back into Grand Lily's hand due to the recoil. What a tough body. Chapter 743. The Unlucky Guosheng Boom. 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 Countless whip shadows danced in the sky and landed on Monk Wu Deng's body. Sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Monk Wu Deng was as still as a mountain. He placed his palms together and stood silently on the spot. The ancient Buddha shadow behind him was unusually tough. No matter how terrifying Grand Lily's whip shadows were, they were all absorbed by the shadow. Grand Lily's face turned gloomy. Monk Wu Deng knew that he was not as strong as her. Hence, he did not fight back. Once he attacked, he would reveal his weakness. Hence, he just stood there and defended himself. Moreover, Monk Wu Deng's nirvana body had a terrifying defense. Grand Lily's whip shadows could not do anything to him. Bald Monk, are you going to be a coward all the time? Grand Lily could not help but ask. Monk Wu Deng still had his palms together. He wore a friendly smile on his face and said softly, "Brother Grand Lily, you are exaggerating. I am not as strong as you. Naturally, I will not embarrass myself in front of you." Grand Lily's face turned gloomy. Monk Wu Deng was stubborn. He only defended and did not attack. She felt helpless. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Grand Lily snorted coldly and waved her hand. Instantly, the soft whip in her hand emitted a dazzling red glow. 10,000 snakes floating. Grand Lily shouted, and her whip changed. Countless whip shadows swept out again. However, this time, the whip shadows were in a demonic blood-red color. The whip shadows wriggled and turned into terrifying blood-red pythons in the sky. There were tens of thousands of them. Their terrifying aura pressed down, causing the entire space to stagnate. Looking at the tens of thousands of blood-red pythons, Monk Wu Deng, who was in the ancient Buddha shadow, was stunned. He could feel the terror of the blood-red pythons, and his face turned solemn. Monk Wu Deng continuously formed seals. The ancient Buddha shadow behind him squinted its eyes and slowly opened them. Its eyes were filled with a golden glow. The originally illusory figure became more real at that moment. Boom! Tens of thousands of blood-colored pythons arrived in an instant. They were like a rain of blood that filled the sky. They poured down endlessly on the ancient Buddha's illusory figure, causing countless golden sparks to erupt. Moreover, the Glen Lily's methods were also quite ruthless. The moment the countless blood-colored python whip shadows came into contact with the ancient Buddha's shadow, they exploded and unleashed a terrifying power. With so many blood-colored pythons exploding, the power of the explosion was extremely terrifying. Even the ancient Buddha phantom, which had a strong defense, became illusory and transparent under this explosion. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse. "Break for me." Glen Lily's voice was as cold as the winter. As soon as she said that, the countless blood-colored pythons behind her exploded together, forming a huge blood-colored explosion in the sky above the ancient Buddha's shadow. Rumble! The power of the blood-colored explosion was too terrifying. Under the attack of the blood-colored explosion, the ancient Buddha shadow, which had already dimmed, was shattered into countless golden fragments. Puchi! Monk Wu Deng spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were dim and dispirited. He kept retreating until he almost reached the edge of the ring. Bald monk, aren't you going to admit defeat? Glanlily held the soft whip in her hand and walked over slowly. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance. Monk Wu Deng smiled bitterly. There was a huge difference between his cultivation and Glanlily's. It was not easy for him to hold on until now. I admit defeat. Almsgiver Glan, you have won. Monk Wu Deng placed his palms together. After saying that, he leaped down from the ring without any hesitation. The second round, Glanlily wins. Emperor Qing nodded and announced again. Glan Haohai, who was sitting at the table, could not help but smile when he heard Emperor Qing's announcement. Although he knew that Glanlily had improved rapidly in the past few years and had a high chance of entering the top 5 on the Green Emperor leaderboard, it still depended on luck. If Glanlily was unlucky enough to meet Huangfu Wudao in these 2 rounds, it would be impossible for her to win. She was undoubtedly very lucky to meet Monk Wu Deng in this round of battle for the top 5. This also meant that Glanlily already had the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of Seation College. Those with Lot C, step forward. Emperor Qing continued. Whoosh! A domineering figure suddenly jumped out from the group of 6 and landed on the arena. A terrifying aura surged out from this person's body. It was as if the person standing on the arena was not a human, but an ancient beast. As soon as this person appeared, the 5 people who had yet to step forward changed their expressions. This was because the person who jumped onto the ring was none other than Huangfu Wudao, the former number 1 genius on the Green Emperor leaderboard. Huangfu Wudao's name was well known in the imperial capital. In addition, during the group stage, he had easily killed the border general who was in charge of the ring. Without a doubt, although Huangfu Wudao's cultivation had not reached the level of the Xuanzuan realm, his strength was even more terrifying than ordinary people in the Xuanzuan realm. He was a true monstrous genius, an existence that the 5 people dared to challenge. It's actually the first prince, Huangfu Wudao. I wonder who is so unlucky to have drawn the first prince as his opponent. Everyone in the square looked at Huangfu Wudao with awe on their faces. Huangfu Wudao's terror was deeply rooted in their hearts. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The pressure that Huangfu Wudao gave him was extremely terrifying. He knew that if he were to fight Huangfu Wudao now, he would lose without a doubt. At the same time, Zhuowen was very curious. Who exactly was Huangfu Wudao's opponent this time? The others were similarly curious in their hearts. Who exactly was Huangfu Wudao's opponent this time? Therefore, numerous gazes fell on Zhuowen's group of 5. A robust figure slowly walked out. This person carried a large saber on his back, had a resolute expression, and was surrounded by countless saber chi. Guosheng. Zhuowen's gaze focused when he saw this figure. He never expected that the person who drew the same lot as Huangfu Wudao would actually be Guosheng. There was not the slightest trace of fear in Guosheng's eyes. Instead, they were filled with monstrous battle intent. He stomped his foot and instantly leaped onto the ring, staring at Huangfu Wudao with a fervent gaze. The corners of Zhuowen's eyes twitched when he saw Guosheng's fervent appearance. This Guosheng is really one-track-minded. He's clearly facing a terrifying expert like Huangfu Wudao, yet he's not the slightest bit afraid and can even be so excited. Kid, is there something wrong with this fellow's brain? Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This caused Zhuowen's face to twitch. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's not that there's something wrong with his brain. It's just that his brain isn't working well." Domineering Blade, Heavenly Venerate, who was sitting upright on the table, had a grave expression on his face. However, he sighed inwardly. Guosheng's talent was very strong, especially his comprehension of the Saber Dao. even domineering blade, heavenly venerate secretly praised Guosheng. Guosheng was a genius in the saber Dao. A month ago, Guosheng had already broken through to the ultimate eight-wheel emperor realm. In addition to his saber intent, Guosheng was not even afraid of an advanced ultimate eight-wheel emperor realm expert in a battle. Logically speaking, such strength was more than enough to enter the top 5 of the Green Emperor list. Unfortunately, Guosheng's opponent this time was Huangfu Wudao. His chances of victory were too slim. I never thought that Huangfu Wudao's opponent this time would actually be Guosheng. Guosheng can be considered a rather famous genius. He is also very strong and has comprehended saber intent. However, his luck is not good. He actually encountered Huangfu Wudao. Everyone in the square shook their heads and sighed. They all lamented Guosheng's bad luck. This time, his path to the top 5 would probably be completely cut short. In the arena, Huangfu Wudao glanced indifferently at Guosheng and said indifferently, "Forfeit." Guosheng shook his head and said rather excitedly, "I've always heard that Huangfu Wudao's strength is extraordinary. I, Guosheng, have wanted to spar with you for a long time. Unfortunately, you've always been elusive. Now that I've encountered you, how can I forfeit?" Guosheng became more and more excited as he spoke. The saber chi around him even unconsciously formed countless hurricanes, making Guosheng seem even more terrifying. Huangfu Wudao looked indifferently at the fanatical Guosheng and said, "You won't be able to take one of my moves." "That's not necessarily true." Guosheng shook his head. He bent his knees slightly and lowered his waist. He suddenly pulled out the large saber on his back. Instantly, terrifying saber chi covered over 10 meters around him, forming a saber chi domain. Guosheng used saber intent from the beginning. He was very clear about Huangfu Wudao's strength, so Guosheng didn't dare be careless. "I'll give Tyrant Blade, exalted heavenly master face. I won't kill you. I'll only heavily injure you." Huangfu Wudao's voice was icy cold. He took a step forward, causing countless gales to sweep out. His shoulder-length hair and clothes fluttered in the air. Whoosh! In an instant, Huangfu Wudao disappeared on the spot. When everyone came back to their senses, Guosheng, who had originally used saber intent, was like a kite with a broken string as he flew out of the arena. Spurt! An arrow of blood spurted out. Guosheng's face was as pale as snow, and his pupils constricted to the size of needles. Huangfu Wudao had only used one move, and the saber intent domain he'd used had actually collapsed. Then he was seriously injured and flew out. Guosheng didn't have the slightest ability to resist. As he looked at Guosheng, who was instantly defeated, Zhuo Wen's gaze squinted slightly, and it was filled with shock. Even though Zhuo Wen knew that Huangfu Wudao's strength was extremely strong, he never imagined that it would be so ridiculously strong. Guosheng, who had mastered saber intent and had broken through to the ultimate emperor stage, couldn't even withstand one move from Huangfu Wudao. The third round, Huangfu Wudao wins. Looking at Huangfu Wudao, who had cleanly defeated Guosheng, the corners of the Qing Emperor's mouth curled into a smile. Huangfu Wudao was the disciple of the imperial family that he valued the most. In a sense, Huangfu Wudao actually represented the dignity of the imperial family. The more outstanding Huangfu Wudao's performance was, the more the dignity of the imperial family was displayed. Following Huangfu Wudao's strong victory, the Qing Emperor continued to announce, "Those who drew Lot D, step forward." At this moment, there were only 4 people left who hadn't fought. They were Zhuo, Huangfu Wuji, Qin Yan, and Morongzhan. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures suddenly stepped forward and leaped into the arena. They faced each other from a distance. It was Morongzhan and Qin Yan. Zhuo slowly turned his head and his eyes suddenly met with Huangfu Wuji's. Both of their eyes emitted an intense cold light. Chapter 744. Azure Dragon Secret Art. I don't think the one with bad luck is me, but you, Zhuowen indifferently replied. He, you're still as arrogant as ever. In a moment, I will let you know the taste of despair. Huangfu Wuji's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. After Huangfu Wuji had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm, he had become quite troublesome to deal with. But Zhuowen also had many cards in his hand, so he didn't necessarily fear Huangfu Wuji. I can see that your mouth is very fierce. The words you spit out are like farts. If you're really so fierce, then I'll show you my true skills. Zhuowen coldly said. Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank. He coldly said, Humph, you'll see. As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji no longer spoke. Instead, he looked at the arena. Although Zhuowen had killed Feng Yong and Chao Yan, he had been stunned. But to Huangfu Wuji, he could also kill Zhuowen with a flip of his hand. Thus, he was confident that he could face off against Zhuowen. On the arena, Murongzhan still had a feminine smile on his face. But as he stared at Qin Yan, who was wearing the Azure Dragon mask, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Qin Yan was one of the two peerless heroes of the Azure Dragon division. He was low-key and extremely mysterious. In the last Azure Emperor rankings, he had been ranked 5th. But in that ranking tournament, Qin Yan had not displayed his full strength and had instead taken the initiative to give the 4th position to Qin Ming. Murongzhan was very clear that if Qin Yan hadn't taken the initiative to forfeit, then he would have been able to easily defeat him. Qin Yan, have you ever regretted forfeiting in the last ranking tournament? Your strength should be above Qin Ming's. In my opinion, giving up the 4th position to Qin Ming was truly foolish. Murongzhan elegantly said. Qin Yan slowly raised his head. A pair of sharp eyes pierced through the Azure Dragon mask and faintly stared at Murongzhan in front of him. At the same time, his hoarse voice sounded out. The Azure Emperor rankings doesn't mean much to me. Murongzhan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Since it's meaningless, there's no need for us to fight. Just give up, just like last time. Qin Yan's gaze was still cold. He stared at Murongzhan and continued, but it's different this time. The top 5 will determine the qualifications to enter Jia Shen Academy. Therefore, you have to lose. Hearing this, Murongzhan frowned and said coldly, I will lose? In my opinion, you don't have that kind of ability, do you? Whether or not you have this kind of ability is not just for you to say. Let's see who's the real deal. Qin Yan stopped talking nonsense and stood quietly on the spot. Waves of green energy burst out from his body and condensed behind him like building blocks. Awoo! Suddenly, a huge green dragon quietly appeared in the void behind Qin Yan. Its huge dragon eyes were filled with majesty. The green scales on its body emitted a chilling light, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of awe and veneration. Azure Dragon Art. Your Qin Yan has actually mastered the Azure Dragon Art. On the table, the Azure Emperor's gaze froze as he stared at Qin Yan in astonishment. Aoki, who was sitting not far away, slowly poured a cup of wine. There was a hint of joy in his eyes as he smiled and said, Qin Yan is the person with the highest talent in my Azure Dragon Branch Hall. Moreover, he has awakened a dragon soul of a high rank. He is most suitable to cultivate the Azure Dragon Art. Dragon soul? Hearing Aoki's words, the pupils of the other almighties on the table shrank. How could they not know about the dragon soul? The dragon soul was a dragon-shaped armor soul. This kind of armor soul was superior to all other armor souls and possessed a terrifying might that could look down on the world. Only the Blue Dragon Hall could possess a dragon soul. Within the Blue Dragon Hall, those who could awaken a dragon soul were all important targets to nurture. Once such a genius reached the Fourth Reverend Realm, his strength would become extremely terrifying. Therefore, the gazes of all the Almighties changed when they heard Qing Yan's name. They were very clear that Qing Yan, who possessed a dragon soul, had a limitless future. Lu Hantian's right hand trembled as his eyes flickered. His gaze was on Zhuowen, who was below the stage. He was very clear that Qing Yan was not the only one who possessed a dragon soul. Zhuowen also possessed one. I never expected that someone from your Azure Dragon Branch Hall would awaken a dragon soul. I'm afraid that Qing Yan will soon be taken away by the main hall, right? If that's the case, there's not much meaning for Qing Yan to join the excellent Divine Academy. At this point, the Azure Emperor's gaze had a trace of doubt. If Qing Yan had truly awakened a dragon soul, the Azure Dragon main hall would definitely send people to take him away and nurture him. The Azure Dragon main hall's foundation was even deeper than the excellent Divine Academy. If Qing Yan were to enter the main hall, his development would be much better than in the excellent Divine Academy. Aoki shook his head and bitterly smiled. Your Highness Azure Emperor's words are not false. However, you should know that dragon souls are also divided into grades. They are divided into grades 1 to 9, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. The Eastern Lands is vast. The Azure Dragon Branch Hall alone is no less than 3 digits. It can be said that they are spread throughout the entire Eastern Lands. Every year, there will be a few geniuses from the branch hall who have awakened a dragon soul, and they will be taken away by the main hall. Generally, only geniuses with dragon souls of grade 4 and above will be taken in by the main hall. However, dragon souls of grade 4 and below have limited potential. The main hall will not spend the effort to nurture these geniuses. At this point, the bitterness in the corner of Aoki's mouth became even more intense. He continued, although Qing Yan has awakened a dragon soul, it's only a grade 3 dragon soul. He's not qualified, so he can't enter the main hall to cultivate. Hearing this, the Azure Emperor nodded and said, a grade 3 dragon soul is much stronger than an ordinary armor soul. With the help of the Azure Dragon secret art, if Qing Yan reaches the 4th Supremacy Realm, he will still be far stronger than an ordinary 4th Supremacy Realm expert. If Qing Yan can enter the excellent Divine Academy this time, he will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. His future will be limitless. The other Almighties on the table also nodded. A grade 3 dragon soul might not be much to the Azure Dragon Branch Hall, but to them, it was already very powerful. In the Azure Xian Empire, there might be armor souls that could surpass a grade 3 dragon soul, but they were very few and extremely rare. It's actually a dragon soul. Looking at the Azure Dragon formed by the countless forces behind Qing Yan, Zhuowen could feel the aura of this Azure Dragon. It was actually somewhat similar to Xiao He. Clearly, this Azure force was formed by a dragon soul. But how can this Qing Yan materialize a dragon soul? He's clearly only at the Ultimate Emperor stage. Soon, Zhuowen frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. He, what an ignorant brat. This Qing Yan must have cultivated some kind of cultivation technique that can combine the Yuan Qi in his body with the dragon soul, and finally transform into such a Qi giant dragon. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind, explaining the phenomenon of Qing Yan's current appearance to him. In other words, Qing Yan isn't a dragon soul materialization now. Zhuowen secretly asked Xiao Hei. It's not materialization. It's just somewhat similar to it, but its power is much weaker than it. Moreover, the dragon soul in this Qing Yan's body is of a pathetically low grade. If I'm not wrong, It should only be a grade 3 dragon soul. At this point, Xiao Hei's voice became extremely disdainful. It was obvious that he looked down on the dragon soul in Qin Yan's body. What a strange cultivation technique. It can actually make the dragon soul manifest in advance. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to Xiao Hei's disdain. Instead, he looked at the giant dragon behind Qin Yan with envy. He knew that Xiao Hei's original body was very unusual. If he could make Xiao Hei materialize, he would be able to unleash an extremely terrifying power and might. At this moment, the most shocked person should be Morongzhan, especially when he looked at the terrifying giant dragon behind Qin Yan. His eyes were filled with a trace of fear. The Blue Dragon Hall's Green Dragon technique. You actually succeeded in cultivating this cultivation technique, Morongzhan asked in disbelief. The Green Dragon technique was the highest cultivation technique in the Green Dragon subhall. Its power was extremely terrifying, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. It was said that even Aoki hadn't succeeded in cultivating it. Now, Qin Yan had actually succeeded in cultivating this cultivation technique, and it looked like he was using it with great ease. What? Are you afraid? Qin Yan was expressionless as he asked indifferently. Humph, afraid? Not necessarily. Morongzhan, would like to experience the power of your Blue Dragon Hall's famous Green Dragon technique. What do you think? Morongzhan coldly snorted. His aura erupted like a volcano, causing the surrounding air to flow upwards like an upside-down waterfall, creating thousands of ripples. It made him look awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Whoosh! In an instant, Morongzhan jumped up. The wind whistled, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. Chaotic battle technique. With a low roar, Morongzhan had already arrived in the air above Qin Yan. His right hand formed a sword and pointed out. Countless terrifying auras swept out, transforming into endless blade lights and sword shadows. In an instant, it was as if Morongzhan's surroundings had turned into a terrifying battlefield. The Morong clan's chaotic battle technique? Unfortunately, in my opinion, your chaotic battle technique won't be able to withstand a single blow. From beginning to end, Qin Yan's expression was calm. The eyes that were revealed through the green dragon mask were as calm as water. He stretched out his right hand and casually waved it downwards. The huge green dragon behind him roared, and the sound waves rolled out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The mountain-like green dragon claw swept towards the sky. With a cracking sound, the countless sword shadows around Morongzhan were instantly shattered like paper. What? How is this possible? Morongzhan's eyes narrowed into needles as he looked at the huge green dragon claw that was getting closer and closer. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His chaotic battle technique had been broken so easily. Even the green dragon claw didn't slow down at all. It was like a hot knife through butter. Puchi, the green dragon claw, hit Morongzhan's chest. A terrifying force exploded, causing Morongzhan's pupils to shrink to the extreme. His entire body was like a falling leaf as he flew out of the arena. One move. Qin Yan had only used one move, or even just a wave of his hand. And Morongzhan, who used to be ranked second on the Green Emperor leaderboard, had been defeated so thoroughly. Chapter 745. Another battle. What a terrifying Qin Yan. Morongzhan was originally ranked second on the Green Emperor leaderboard, but he couldn't even last a single move. Everyone's eyes were focused on the arena. Qin Yan was shrouded in a giant green dragon, and his eyes were filled with shock. Although Qin Yan was extremely mysterious, and his strength was not to be underestimated, Morongzhan was still ranked second on the Green Emperor leaderboard. If he couldn't even last a single move from Qin Yan, then Qin Yan was just too terrifying. The gazes of the other geniuses below the stage narrowed as they looked at the green eyes below the green dragon with wary expressions. Qin Yan probably already had the strength to compete with Huangfu Wudao. After all, Murongzhan was defeated in a single move. This already proved Qin Yan's strength. The fourth round, Qin Yan wins. Emperor Qing slowly announced the result. His eyes were calm as he looked at Qin Yan. He could see Qin Yan's strength at a glance. He should be at the late stage of the ninth wheel emperor realm. There was still a small gap between him and Huangfu Wudao. However, if Qin Yan's dragon soul and the green dragon secret art were combined, then he probably had the strength to fight with Huangfu Wudao. From beginning to end, Qin Yan was extremely calm. With a wave of his right hand, the giant green dragon entered his body and disappeared. Then, he calmly jumped off the arena. As for Murongzhan, he was brought back by the Murong family to treat his injuries. As for the Murong family head, his expression wasn't any better. After all, Murongzhan had actually lost the battle for the top 5, which meant that he had lost the opportunity to enter the Fine Gods Academy. The two of you are left. You should be holding the 5th lot. After Qin Yan came down, Emperor Qing's eyes fell on Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao. 4 of the top 5 on the Green Emperor leaderboard had already been decided. The last spot would naturally be decided between Huangfu Wudao and Zhuowen. Whoosh! Huangfu Wuji was the first to leap onto the arena stage. He looked down at Zhuowen from high above and coldly shouted, "Zhuowen, why haven't you rolled onto the stage and died yet?" His voice was like thunder. It was as if 5 bolts of lightning had struck the heavens and earth. It was terrifying and terrifying. Humph! Huangfu Wudao, you don't need to make such a big fuss even if you want to die, right? I won't let you die a horrible death later. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. With a single step, he also leapt onto the stage. As he stared at Huangfu Wuji, a cold light surged in his eyes, as if they were 10,000 years old ice. Ever since Zhuowen had won the gambling match at the intoxicating spring pavilion, Huangfu Wuji had been targeting him at every turn. This sort of behavior had already caused Zhuowen to feel a chill in his heart. This time, the grudges between the two of them would be thoroughly settled in this match. The second prince and this Zhuowen are going to fight. Looks like there will be a good show to watch. Yeah, when the two of them were fighting in the drunken spring pavilion, they were already in conflict. At that time, Zhuowen's cultivation was far inferior to the second prince's. However, Zhuowen's cultivation has already reached the peak of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. His cultivation is no weaker than the second prince's. This Zhuowen's talent is truly terrifying. To think that he would advance so quickly. He has already caught up to the second prince. I wonder who will win in this match. Looking at the two people facing each other on the stage, the crowd in the square burst into an uproar. News of the conflict between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wuji had already spread throughout the imperial city. So now that the two of them were facing off in the top 5, it naturally attracted the attention of many people. They were all looking forward to seeing who would have the last laugh in this match. Little bastard, today I will ruthlessly trample you beneath my feet and ruthlessly ravage you. Huangfu Wuji fiercely stepped forwards. A terrifying aura constantly swept out from his body. An endless wind howled around him, faintly seeming as if it would collapse the surrounding space. The aura of the ultimate 8-wheel emperor realm. This Huangfu Wuji really did make a breakthrough in 3 months. Looking at the terrifying aura erupting from Huangfu Wuji's body, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. A trace of surprise appeared in his heart. No wonder Huangfu Wuji had been so confident after seeing him kill Feng Yong. It seemed that it was because he had made a breakthrough. The moment Huangfu Wuji released his aura, everyone in the square also revealed looks of surprise. They never thought that Huang Fuwuji would also be an 8-wheel Emperor Realm martial artist. The second prince has made a breakthrough. It looks like this Zhuowen is in for some bad luck. Originally, many people were very optimistic about Zhuowen, but now that they saw Huang Fuwuji reveal the aura of the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor Realm, they began to doubt him. If Huang Fuwuji hadn't made a breakthrough, then perhaps he would have been inferior to Zhuowen. But now that he had made a breakthrough, and the armor skills that Huang Fuwuji cultivated were all personally taught by the Azure Emperor, they were much stronger than normal. Thus, Huang Fuwuji was generally much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. Now that he had reached the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor realm, his strength would definitely surpass an ordinary 8-wheel Emperor's early-stage martial artist. Huang Fuwuji enjoyed the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone around him. He raised his head and looked down at Zhuowen, as if Zhuowen was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. "Zhuowen, do you still want to fight me?" Huang Fuwuji smiled with satisfaction. After revealing the aura of the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor realm, Huang Fuwuji's confidence had swelled to the extreme. He no longer placed Zhuowen in his eyes. "Idiot!" Zhuowen looked at Huang Fuwuji as if he were looking at an idiot. After Huang Fuwuji had broken through to the ultimate 8-wheel Emperor realm, his confidence had exploded to the point that it left Zhuowen speechless. "Humph! Your fangs are still as sharp as ever." Huang Fuwuji's face twitched. With a cold snort, his entire body turned into an unfathomable shadow, disappearing from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Zhuowen. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 purple blades of energy shot out from Huang Fuwuji's palms. They were dozens of feet long and had an intense sharpness to them, as if they could even cut through the surrounding space. Zhuowen licked his lips. Unknowingly, a 10-foot-long bone spear appeared in his right palm. As he looked at Huang Fuwuji, flying towards him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. In the peach blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen had been chased to the ends of the earth by Huang Fuwuji. Even now, that scene was still vivid in his mind. How could he, Zhuowen, not take revenge? Pung, 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 pung. In an instant, the two of them collided. Countless sparks flew out as if they were 2 phantoms. The two of them rapidly moved across the arena, colliding, separating, and then colliding again. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two of them were both forced back dozens of steps. Zhuowen stared at Huang Fuwuji and mockingly said, "Respected second prince, didn't you say that you wanted me to die? We've already fought for so many rounds, but I'm still standing here perfectly fine." Huang Fuwuji narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, "You brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. You will regret your words soon." As Huang Fuwuji spoke, he rushed forwards once more. The purple blades in his hands crazily grew, becoming thousands of feet long. In the air, they were like 2 massive purple mountain peaks. Extreme purple annihilation. With a low shout, the 2 massive purple blades that Huang Fuwuji had created rumbled downwards, rushing towards Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen still remembered this extreme purple annihilation. When Huang Fuwuji was at the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm, it was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had reached the ultimate Emperor realm, the might of this attack would be even more terrifying. Thus, Zhuowen didn't plan on facing it head-on. The seals in his hands changed, and 3 pairs of thunder wings sprouted from Zhuowen's back. With a stamp of his feet, he turned into a shadow of thunder, wanting to escape from the range of the extreme purple annihilation. "I want to see where you're going to run. Purple, As Huang Fuwuji saw that Zhuowen wanted to escape, he angrily shouted out, Originally, it was because Zhuowen had 3 pairs of strange thunder wings that Huangfu Wuji had been unable to catch up to him. Thus, Huangfu Wuji hated it when Zhuowen tried to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A pair of purple eyes descended from the void. Suddenly, the space around Huangfu Wuji began to collapse. Zhuowen just happened to be in this collapsing area. With no other choice, Zhuowen could only return. Within the range of the purple eyes, Zhuowen truly found it difficult to escape. He could only passively endure the approaching extreme purple annihilation. With a flick of his right hand's fingers, the bone spear began to rapidly revolve. A blue energy swept out from the bone spear, with Zhuowen as the center. It formed a domain of countless spear shadows. Zhuowen had used his spear intent. Bang! 2 massive purple blades chopped down, crashing into the spear's shadow domain. Suddenly, countless explosions occurred. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, and even space itself seemed as if it would completely collapse. However, the 2 purple blades finally stopped above the spear's shadow domain and did not break through it. Humph! This boy's spear intent has improved again. Looking at the spear's shadow domain that blocked the purple blades, Huangfu Wuji's pupils shrank. He stepped into the void and waved his right hand. Another purple blade appeared in his hand, forming a similarly massive purple blade. I want to see whether or not your spear intent can block my 3rd blade. With a sneer, Huangfu Wuji threw out the 3rd blade in his hand. The massive purple blade turned into a monstrous purple light in the air and fiercely smashed into the spear intent domain below. Kacha! A clear sound rang out, and the spear's shadow domain was immediately broken. The 3 purple blades swept down towards Zhuowen's figure, their momentum vast and mighty. Zhuowen, with 3 purple blades attacking at the same time. You're dead! Huangfu Wuji smiled with satisfaction. If Zhuowen's spear intent domain was broken, then there was nothing else that could block his purple blades. In his opinion, the current Zhuowen could only wait for death. Pung, pung, pung. The 3 purple blades blasted out, smashing into the martial stage below. Endless sounds of destruction rang out, and the entire martial stage was riddled with holes. Smoke filled the air. Huangfu Wuji's smile became even wider, and he even began to laugh. He knew that Zhuowen was finished. Everyone around the square shook their heads and sighed. They could also feel the terror of Huangfu Wuji's 3 purple blades. Zhuowen's spear intent domain had been broken, and now that he had been struck, his chances of survival were simply too low. Your Highness the Second Prince, don't you think that when you laugh, you look like an idiot? As Huangfu Wuji was laughing with satisfaction, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the martial stage below. In the thick layer of dust, a figure slowly stepped out, looking at Huangfu Wuji, with eyes full of mockery. Chapter 746. Smoothly promoted on the arena stage, Zhuowen slowly walked out, the cold light of the infinite sword array surrounding him. Ever since Zhuowen's soul force had broken through to the 5th grade Great Circle, Zhuowen was able to display the full power of the infinite sword array. Even if he casually used a single move, the power he displayed was much greater than before. The defense formed by the sword array was also much stronger than before. Huangfu Wuji frowned. He naturally recognized the infinite sword array that surrounded Zhuowen. It was a 5th grade origin array. Back in the Peach Blossom origin diagram, when he was pursuing Zhuowen, Zhuowen had used the infinitesimal sword formation to block him. However, what puzzled him was that the infinitesimal sword formation back then shouldn't have been so strong. When he had used the extreme purple annihilation, he had been able to break through the infinite sword array's defense. At that time, he had not yet broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. Now that he had broken through, The extreme purple annihilation was even more terrifying. Even so, it had been easily blocked by the infinite sword array. The power of the infinite sword array has increased. Huang Fu Wuji frowned as he muttered to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuowen stamped his foot, and the countless cold sword lights that surrounded him shot towards Huang Fu Wuji like meteors. At the same time, Zhuowen grasped the bone spear in his right hand and leapt forwards, instantly arriving in front of Huang Fu Wuji. With a shake of his right hand, a terrifying spear intent burst forth. In that instant, Zhuowen no longer held back. He used his soul force and spear intent at the same time. He knew that if he wanted to defeat Huang Fu Wuji, he would have to use all of his cards without holding back. Huang Fu Wuji was not afraid. His hands once again formed two purple blades. Like a windmill, the purple blades danced in the air, forming a net of purple energy that flew out in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal continued to ring out, accompanied by countless sparks that formed a dazzling display of sparks in front of Huang Fu Wuji. Whoosh! Amidst the countless sparks, a cold bone spear shuttled through. With a humming sound, it shot straight towards Huang Fu Wuji's forehead. As Huang Fu Wuji felt this cold light rush towards him, his complexion changed. He swept out his right hand, and the purple edge blocked between his eyebrows. With a tinkling sound, he felt a tremendous strength strike him, and then Huang Fu Wuji was forced backwards in the air. His right foot took a final step forward. Only then was Huang Fu Wuji barely able to stabilize himself. His face flushed red, and his blood boiled. Zhuowen Wuji, with your strength, you actually dare to ask me, Zhuowen, to die? Where did you get such big words from? Or is it that you're just good at talking? Zhuowen suddenly mocked. As these words came out, many people in the square turned to look at Huang Fu Wuji, strange expressions on their faces. Zhuowen was right. At the start, Huang Fu Wuji had been full of confidence. He had boasted that Zhuowen would come up and die. But now, Zhuowen was completely unharmed. As for Huang Fu Wuji, he was completely at a disadvantage. This was simply slapping himself in the face. Huang Fu Wuji's eyes narrowed. His face burned with anger, and he revealed an angry expression. Little bastard, that was just your luck. Now, see how I'll deal with you. Huang Fu Wuji angrily shouted. He once again used the extreme purple annihilation, and at the same time also used the third edge. This time, he would thoroughly cut down Zhuowen on the arena stage. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Idiot! The same move is completely useless against me. Zhuowen coldly smiled. His right hand formed a sword seal, and he shouted out in a low voice, Greater everlasting sword array, weeping blood style. At the same time, Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace began to revolve at high speeds. His fifth-grade soul force poured out without reservation, causing the power of the greater everlasting sword array to swell to the extreme. An endless rain of blood fell down from the greater everlasting sword array. For a time, the greater everlasting sword array turned into countless blood-red lights that rushed towards Huang Fu Wuji. Bang! Coincidentally, Huang Fu Wuji's extreme purple annihilation also arrived. 3 mountain-sized purple edges simultaneously chopped down on the greater everlasting sword array. Then, the 3 purple edges completely froze. Then, they were covered in countless blood-red lights. With a cracking sound, the 3 massive purple edges were completely shattered by the blood-red lights, turning into countless purple specks of light. The blood-red lights swept towards Huang Fu Wuji with irresistible force. A terrifying smell of blood filled the air, as if it wanted to tear Huang Fu Wuji to pieces. At this moment, the only expression on Huang Fu Wuji's face was fear. Endless fear. He never imagined that Zhuowen's soul force would be so formidable. The greater everlasting sword array's first sword move, Weeping Blood style, had actually reached such a terrifying degree of power. It's not that the greater everlasting sword array's power has increased, but that Zhuowen's soul force has advanced to the 5th grade. He is now able to display the full power of the greater everlasting sword array. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji finally understood why the greater everlasting sword array's power had increased so much. This was because Zhuowen was now a 5th grade arcana master. He was able to display the full power of the greater everlasting sword array. Puchi, the blood-red light, smashed into Huangfu Wuji's chest. Then, Huangfu Wuji was like a butterfly with broken wings. He was sent flying backwards, blood gushing out like a fountain. His face was deathly pale. A 5th grade arcana master. This Zhuowen's soul force has actually reached the 5th grade. This is too terrifying. This Zhuowen is only around 20 years old, and yet his soul force has already reached such a terrifying degree. Isn't this too amazing? The moment that Huangfu Wuji was sent flying backwards, the entire square began to seethe with excitement. When Zhuowen had used the greater everlasting sword array and instantly crushed Huangfu Wuji, everyone knew that only a 5th grade soul force could display such a terrifying might. The originally calm Cyan Emperor revealed a trace of surprise as he saw Zhuowen use his 5th grade soul force. He hadn't expected that, at such a young age, Zhuowen's soul force would actually reach the 5th grade. His talent was truly terrifying. This child's talent in the aspect of soul force can be called a peerless, monstrous genius. The Cyan Emperor thought to himself. Now, he valued Zhuowen even more. As for Huangfu Wuji's defeat, the Cyan Emperor didn't feel much about it. After all, Zhuowen had defeated Huangfu Wuji fair and square, so he didn't feel anything was wrong. 5th grade arcana master? Grand Lily frowned. Zhuowen having a 5th grade soul force was beyond her expectations. 5th grade arcana masters were extremely rare in the Cyan Xian dynasty. The most famous of them were the 9 great elders of the Arcane Guild headquarters. These 9 great elders all had soul forces above the 5th grade. However, those that could reach the 5th grade soul force were over 50 years old. They were all old men in their 60s. But Zhuowen was only 20 years old. For him to have a 5th grade soul force at such an age, everyone knew that with such talent and potential, it was only a matter of time before he became a 6th grade arcana master. It was said that once an arcana master transformed into a 6th grade arcana master, their soul force would undergo a great change, and their strength would undergo another qualitative change. Elder Shiyuan of the Arcane Guild was a 6th grade arcana master. His strength was unfathomable, and he had once contended with the Cyan Emperor. From this, one could see how terrifying a 6th grade arcana master was. However, the difficulty of going from the 5th grade to the 6th grade was equivalent to going from the 4 venerables to the emperor. The difficulty was as high as ascending to the heavens. Even Elder Shiyuan had spent decades to transition from the 5th grade to the 6th grade. This child cannot be left alive. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Grand Lily's beautiful eyes became even more vigorous. She didn't expect Zhuowen's soul force talent to be so terrifying. Now, Zhuowen was standing on the opposite side of the Grand Lily family. If Zhuowen's soul force broke through to the 6th grade, coupled with the terrifying 6th grade origin array, perhaps even a heavenly venerable would not be able to do anything to Zhuowen. Moreover, if Zhuowen could reach the terrifying realm of Elder Shiyuan, perhaps even the Cyan Emperor would not be able to do anything to Zhuowen. Therefore, Grand Lily's heart was filled with killing intent. She had to completely eliminate Zhuowen before he grew up. Many people had the same thoughts as Grand Lily. Feng Tian, Chao Ji, Grand Haohai, and Flamewing all wanted to kill Zhuowen. Especially after seeing Zhuowen's soul force talent, their thoughts of killing Zhuowen became even more active. The fifth round, Zhuowen wins, the Cyan Emperor said faintly. Immediately after, he waved his sleeve and said, "The battle for the top 5 is now over. This time, I congratulate the 5 geniuses who have entered the top 5. You have obtained the qualification to participate in the entrance examination of CA Shin Academy." At this moment, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of the high platform. At the same time, Huangfu Wudao, Qingyan, Zhu Bai, and Grand Lily were also standing on the high platform in front of the table. Next will be the marquee battle for the top 3. However, in view of the fact that you have just fought and are physically and mentally exhausted, the marquee battle will be held in 10 days. In these 10 days, the 5 of you should recuperate from your injuries and condition. When the Cyan Emperor said this, many people in the square were disappointed. Originally, they wanted to see the top 5 geniuses fight, but now it seemed that they would have to wait for 10 days. However, everyone knew that the battle for the top 5 had already exhausted too much of the 5 geniuses' energy. At this moment, their condition was not good. Even if they continued to fight, it was likely that they would not be able to reach their peak standards. Instead, their standards would be inaccurate. It was better for them to rest for 10 days and restore their standards to their peak. Only then could they fight to their heart's content. Now, I will give out the rewards for the top 10 and top 5 on the Cyan Emperor board. Now, the top 10 geniuses, step forward and follow me to the throne room. When the Cyan Emperor said this, the other 5 geniuses, who were still recuperating, suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes flashed with a faint excitement. The rewards for the top 10 on the Cyan Emperor board were the personal empowerment of the Cyan Emperor. This was the personal empowerment of an Emperor realm expert. It could raise a cultivator's cultivation by a large realm without any side effects. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed a look of excitement. With the empowerment of the Cyan Emperor, his cultivation could directly reach the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. If he had an epiphany, he could directly advance to the ultimate Emperor realm. At that time, his cultivation would increase by a large margin. The Cyan Emperor slowly stood up, waved his sleeve, and walked towards the throne room. The top 10 geniuses did not slow down. They followed closely behind the Cyan Emperor with excitement in their eyes. However, as Zhuowen walked, he noticed many unfriendly gazes. 2 of them came from Huangfu Wudao and Grand Lily, while the others came from the Almighty on the table. Chapter 747. Azure Dragon, or the throne room, was extremely majestic. Purple gold stone pillars stood in the hall, supporting this huge building from collapsing. It was Zhuowen's first time entering the throne room. Even with the experience of his previous life, he could not help but be shocked by the majestic hall in front of him. The throne room was indeed huge. It was much bigger and more majestic than the Forbidden City Palace on Earth in his previous life. Moreover, it was filled with jewels and was majestic. Just this aura alone was enough to deeply awe many people present. Other than Huangfu Wudao and Huangfu Wuji, the other 7 people more or less revealed a trace of surprise on their faces. Like Zhuowen, it was their first time entering the throne room. Soon, the Azure Emperor led everyone to the center of the hall. There was a rather spacious open space in the center. There were no eaves covering the open space. Looking up, one could see the scorching sun in the sky. Under the scorching sun, one could see the dragon-shaped aura lingering above the imperial city. The huge dragon's body circled above the throne room. It was as majestic as a mountain. Its huge dragon eyes quietly overlooked the throne room as if it could see through everything. Staring at the dragon-shaped aura in the sky, Zhuowen frowned. He did not know why, but the aura of the dragon-shaped aura gave him a feeling of déjà vu. This feeling was very strange and wonderful. However, Zhuowen did not take it to heart. He only thought that this familiar aura should be, because he had the dragon soul. Under the rays of the scorching sun, an altar made of white marble stood silently in the center of the open space. Above the altar, a sparkling and translucent gem floated silently. This is the dragon vein of the Qing Xian Empire. It suppresses the fate of the entire imperial city. I will make use of the dragon vein's luck to imbue the 10 of you with this altar. As for what benefits you will receive, it will depend on your own luck. The Azure Emperor slowly came before the altar. His gentle voice slowly sounded in the ears of the 10 people, causing their eyes to be filled with passion. There was actually a dragon vein under the throne room. No wonder the imperial family had been prosperous for so many years. It turned out that there was a dragon vein under the imperial city. The so-called dragon vein was actually the place where a true dragon fell in ancient times. It formed a mountain range with surging energy. The dragon vein contained extremely pure energy that could quickly raise the cultivation and realm of a warrior. While everyone had their own thoughts, Xiao He in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness exploded. Dragon vein? Kid, the dragon vein underground is not simple. Furthermore, it's not just one dragon vein, but many dragon veins. In fact, this dragon lord can sense that in the deepest part of the underground, there are true dragon corpses from ancient times. Xiao Hei's chattering voice rang in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen could not help but dig his ears. However, Zhuowen was more shocked. Xiao Hei actually said that there was not only one dragon vein, but many dragon veins under the throne room. In addition, there were true dragon corpses under the dragon veins. Wasn't this too shocking? If what you said is true, then the Azure Emperor should also know the secret underground, right? Zhuowen asked with a frown. He knew very well that Zhuowen had built the throne room on the dragon vein. It was obvious that he had developed the dragon vein before. This could be seen from the terrifying dragon-shaped aura of the throne room. It is not so easy to develop the dragon vein. It is very difficult for warriors without dragon chi to enter the dragon vein. Even if the Azure Emperor's cultivation has reached the Emperor realm, it is extremely difficult for him to enter the dragon vein. Xiao He said with some doubts. Do you mean that it is very difficult for warriors without dragon souls to enter the dragon vein? However, the Azure Emperor seems to be developing the dragon vein now. It is obvious that the Azure Emperor has entered the dragon vein before. Zhuowen said with a frown, yes, the dragon vein has indeed been developed before. However, it was not developed by the Azure Emperor. It should have been developed by a warrior with a powerful dragon soul. Moreover, this dragon soul warrior is probably not weak. Xiao He suddenly said with certainty. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He said, if that is the case, does it mean that there is a warrior with a powerful dragon soul in the imperial family? Could it be an elite from the Blue Dragon Hall? The possibility of an elite from the Blue Dragon Hall is not high. The Blue Dragon Hall is a big family with a big business. They would not care too much about such a small dragon vein. This is also why the Azure Emperor was able to build the imperial city on top of the dragon vein. Xiao He shook her head. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. How could a big family like the Blue Dragon Hall send an elite to help the Azure Emperor develop the dragon vein? Then, other than the elite from the Blue Dragon Hall, who else could have a powerful dragon soul? An elite from the Ryuka clan? Suddenly, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Other than the Blue Dragon Hall, warriors with dragon souls were from the Ryuka clan. Could there be another elite from the Ryuka clan in the imperial family? As he thought of this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up with excitement. He did not expect to meet someone from the Ryuka clan who had also awakened a dragon soul. Don't be happy too early. We still don't know if it is someone from the Blue Dragon Hall or someone from the Ryuka clan. Moreover, the Ryuka clan and the Blue Dragon Hall are like fire and water. Don't expose your identity. Let's wait and see. Xiao He suddenly said in a serious tone. Zhuowen nodded. He could not expose his identity as a Ryuka clan descendant. Once exposed, he would be hunted down by the Blue Dragon Hall. Zhuowen was not that stupid. Later, I will use the power of the dragon vein to help you increase your cultivation. Don't resist. Standing in front of the altar, the Azure Emperor spoke again. His eyes were fixed on the altar. The 10 people in the hall nodded seriously. They sat cross-legged in the hall and quietly adjusted the energy in their bodies, preparing to receive the enlightenment from the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor formed a seal with his hands and pressed them on the altar. Suddenly, the gem on the altar emitted a strong green light. This green light shot up into the sky and into the dragon-shaped aura in the sky. Roar! Suddenly, the huge dragon-shaped chi field roared at the sky, and the transparent body turned green. Then, it suddenly exploded into 10 smaller green chi dragons. Whoosh! 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 The 10 azure dragons turned into 10 rays of green light and instantly shot toward the 10 figures in the hall and entered their chests. Zhuowen only felt a chill in his chest. He could clearly feel that after the azure dragon chi entered his body, it split into countless azure chi and spread throughout his 8 extraordinary meridians. It constantly nourished his meridians, causing them to become even more resilient and powerful. What kind of harvest the 10 of you can reap will depend on your own luck. The Azure Emperor silently looked at the 10 people in the hall who were sitting cross-legged and refining the Azure Dragon aura. This Azure Dragon aura is very powerful. Kid, with your current strength, it will be very difficult for you to make full use of it. Let this Dragon Lord help you. In his sea of consciousness, Xiaohe chuckled. With a wave of its little paw, a black mist spread out and flowed through Zhuowen's meridians to all parts of Zhuowen's body. The strange thing was that this ink-black fog actually formed a layer of ink-black film on the surface of Zhuowen's meridians. The green dragon aura that had not been fully utilized should have originally escaped the body through the meridians. However, it was now completely absorbed by this black film. All the Azure Dragon aura that was not fully utilized was basically completely absorbed by this black film. The rest of the Azure Dragon aura was absorbed by Zhuowen's body. As Zhuowen continued to refine the Azure Dragon aura in his body, his aura became increasingly powerful. However, when it reached the limit, there was a rumbling sound as Zhuowen broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Countless tribulation clouds descended from the sky. Aside from Zhuowen, who had broken through, the others had also broken through. Tribulation clouds descended from the sky one after another, and the gigantic dark clouds were like gigantic black dragons. The tribulation clouds formed by everyone breaking through together were extremely terrifying and almost shook the entire imperial capital. The Azure Emperor's expression was cold. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy soared into the sky. Soon after, the terrifying tribulation clouds in the sky all collapsed and were annihilated. The tribulation clouds of the Ultimate Emperor realm were nothing to the Azure Emperor. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand. Time passed by minute. Half a day later, the lightless monk, Zhu Bai, and Huangfu Wuji opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a sharp light. Absorbing the Azure Dragon aura was of great help to their cultivation. The lightless monk had broken through to the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Huangfu Wuji, had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. As for Zhu Bai, he had reached the early stage of the ultimate emperor realm. The three of them had made great gains. The three of you withdraw first. The Azure Emperor flicked his sleeve. The lightless monk, Huangfu Wuji, and Zhu Bai retreated to the side of the hall, silently observing the changes in the other seven. They were well aware that the longer they stayed in the Azure Dragon aura, the greater the benefits they would reap. The three of them were the first to awaken, so their gains were obviously not as great as the other seven. That little bastard Zhuowen was actually able to persist for so long. Huangfu Wuji frowned as he looked at Zhuowen, who was still sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. His eyes revealed a cold light. Another half a day passed. Glen Baihe, Morongzhan, Qingming, and Guosheng also opened their eyes. The four of them were filled with excitement. The benefits that the Azure Dragon aura had brought them this time were not small. Moreover, the four of them had all broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. Guosheng had made great progress, directly advancing from the early stage of the ultimate emperor realm to the early stage of the ultimate emperor realm. Qingming and Morongzhan had both advanced to the middle stage of the ultimate emperor realm. As for Glen Baihe, his progress was even more terrifying than Guosheng's. He had directly advanced to the late stage of the ultimate emperor realm. Now only Zhuowen, Qin Yan, and Huangfu Wudao were left refining the Azure Dragon aura. The three of them silently sat cross-legged like old monks, motionless. No one was surprised that Qin Yan and Huangfu Wudao had been able to persist for so long. After all, Huangfu Wudao was the first on the Azure Emperor list. His strength and potential were top-notch. Qin Yan was mysterious and strange. In the top 5 battles, he had defeated Morongzhan in one move. He had become famous overnight. It was normal for him to be able to persist until now. However, Zhuowen was the same as the other two. He had no intention of getting up. Obviously, he was still refining the Azure Dragon aura. This immediately attracted the attention of the other geniuses. Chapter 748. Trash is worse than trash. The Azure Dragon Qi in Zhuowen's body had almost been completely absorbed and refined by him. Logically speaking, Zhuowen should have woken up by now. However, Xiaohe had used her own power to form an ink-colored membrane on the surface of Zhuowen's meridians. This membrane could store the Azure Dragon Qi that had escaped. Originally, with Zhuowen's strength, he would have been able to absorb 50% of the Azure Dragon Qi. However, with the membrane formed by Xiaohe's power, Zhuowen could use the remaining 50%. This was also the reason why Zhuowen had been able to hold on until now. Standing before the altar, the Qing Emperor's deep eyes glanced at Zhuowen. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Rumble, a terrifying aura, like that of a ferocious beast, filled the entire hall. The majestic throne room seemed to tremble violently because of this aura. Qin Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged in the hall, slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Then, the terrifying aura receded like the tide. You want to break through to the Xuanzuan realm? Now is not enough. However, with your cultivation level, this day will not be too far away. The Qing Emperor stared at Qin Yan with a smile. Qin Yan had almost been able to communicate with the heavens and earth. At that time, a nascent soul would have descended from the void and allowed Qin Yan to completely transform into a powerhouse of the Xuanzuan realm. Unfortunately, Qin Yan had woken up too early. The energy he had absorbed was not enough for him to communicate with the heavens and earth. This was also why Qin Yan looked disappointed. When the Qing Emperor said this, the other 7 geniuses in the hall were shocked. The Qing Emperor's words undoubtedly indicated that Qing Yan already had the qualifications to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. It was just that he was not mature enough. When they thought of the terrifying aura that had burst out of Qing Yan's body, which was far more powerful than the peak of the ultimate nine-wheel emperor realm, it was obvious that Qing Yan had reached the level of half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. In just a few months, in an environment with abundant energy, Qing Yan had a 90% chance of becoming a mystique, venerable one. Qing Yan nodded and didn't say anything. He was clear about his own situation. After this marquee battle, he planned to go back to the Azure Dragon subsidiary hall to cultivate in seclusion. When the time came, he would break through to the Xuanzuan realm in one go. Once he reached the Xuanzuan realm, Qing Yan would be able to materialize his dragon soul. At that time, Qing Yan would be invincible in the Xuanzuan realm. He might even be able to fight against a supremacy. The other 7 people looked at Qing Yan with fear in their eyes. Qing Yan had a terrifying dragon soul and was now half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Huang Fu Wudao was probably the only one who could suppress this person. After all, martial artists with dragon souls would undergo a transformation after reaching the realm of 4 venerables. Their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and it would be easier for them to fight those of a higher realm. The corners of Qing Yan's mouth curled up when he felt the other 7 people's gazes. There was a trace of complacency in his eyes as he glanced at Huang Fu Wudao, who was not far away. Among the 10 great geniuses, the only one that he was afraid of was the first prince, Huang Fu Wudao. Even though he had a dragon soul, he still felt a little helpless against Huang Fu Wudao. Although he could guess that Huang Fu Wudao might be able to last longer than him, there was still a trace of a desire to compete in his heart. Now, seeing that Huang Fu Wudao was still sitting cross-legged, Qing Yan's eyes flickered, and his brows were slightly furrowed. There was a faint trace of unwillingness in his heart. Qing Yan shook his head and was about to get up when his gaze suddenly fell on another figure not far away from Huang Fu Wudao. His entire body froze on the spot. His gaze was even more stunned as he remained motionless. This was because other than Huang Fu Wudao, there was another person sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. He was still silently refining the Azure Dragon Qi, and there was no sign of him getting up. It's him. Qing Yan's pupils shrank as he immediately recognized that figure. It was the genius of Muqin County, Zhuowen. This Zhuowen had left quite a deep impression on him. In the group stage, he had consecutively killed the number 1 geniuses of the Feng and Chao families, Feng Yong and Chao Yin. In the top 5 battles, he had even defeated the second prince, Huang Fu Wuji, and entered the top 5. Although this was the case, Qing Yan still did not place Zhuowen in his eyes. Feng Yong, Chao Yin, and Huang Fu Wuji were no different from trash in his eyes. If he were to take action, he would be able to defeat the 3 of them in one move. Therefore, Qing Yan did not care too much about Zhuowen. But now, the Zhuowen that he did not care about was actually able to last longer than him while refining the Azure Dragon Qi. Qing Yan was naturally unconvinced. Is this kid putting on an act? Qing Yan frowned as he found an excuse for himself. Then, he slowly walked up to a pillar on the side of the hall. He silently observed the 2 figures sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. Time passed slowly. With a muffled sound, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly burst forth with a terrifying aura. At that moment, Zhuowen had broken through again. He had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. 9 heavenly tribulation wheels gathered in the sky. However, with the Azure Emperor guarding them, these 9 heavenly tribulation wheels were simply unable to do anything and were directly annihilated. Why is this little bastard still refining the Azure Dragon Qi? Huang Fu Wuji's pupils shrank. Zhuowen's cultivation had originally been at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm, but now, after absorbing the Azure Dragon Chi, he had directly soared to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's utilization of the Azure Dragon Chi was much higher than theirs. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through so quickly. This kid is quite interesting. The Azure Emperor nodded. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhuowen. Another half a day passed. After Zhuowen broke through to the Ultimate Emperor realm, his aura continued to rise until it reached the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. When his aura soared to the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm, it finally stopped increasing. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unconcealable joy. He could clearly feel that his current aura was much stronger than it had been at the beginning. Late stage Ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This time, the Azure Dragon Chi had been of great help to him. Of course, he knew that the main reason he was able to break through so quickly was because of Xiao He. If Xiao He hadn't sealed and stored the dissipating Azure Dragon Chi, allowing him to use the Azure Dragon Chi to 100%, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Ultimate Emperor realm. At most, he would have been at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm. Gran Lily's pretty face gradually darkened. She hadn't expected Zhuowen to benefit so much from the Azure Dragon Chi. His cultivation had advanced so quickly that he had also reached the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. She knew that if she were to fight against Zhuowen now, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. After all, their cultivation was the same. Moreover, Zhuowen had 5th grade spiritual power. It would be very difficult to deal with Zhuowen. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen walked to the side of the main hall. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the main hall. Instead, he waited in the main hall like the other geniuses. His gaze was focused on Huangfu Wudao. Zhuowen knew very well that Huangfu Wudao's cultivation was unfathomable. His strength was abnormally terrifying. Even a border general at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm had been killed in one move. Zhuowen guessed that Huangfu Wudao's cultivation should be half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. With such a cultivation, coupled with the opportunity he had obtained from the Azure Dragon Chi, it was very likely that Huangfu Wudao would directly break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Although Zhuowen had seen many experts from the Xuanzuan realm, he had never seen the process of a cultivator breaking through to the Xuanzuan realm. Therefore, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to see it. After all, it would be very beneficial for him to advance to the Xuanzuan realm in the future. You're Zhuowen? When Zhuowen walked to Qing Yan's side, Qing Yan suddenly spoke with his back against the purple gold pillar. This caused Zhuowen's footsteps to falter slightly. He tilted his head to look at Qing Yan and said, "What's the matter?" Zhuowen's reply caused Qing Yan's eyes to narrow slightly. He said indifferently, "I'm just curious. How can you refine the Azure Dragon Chi for so long? You're just a piece of trash whose strength is inferior to mine. You shouldn't be able to surpass me in terms of time." Qing Yan was still a little resentful that Zhuowen had lasted longer than him in the Azure Dragon Chi. His voice was slightly provocative at this moment. A cold glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes when Qing Yan's words were spoken. How could he not know what Qing Yan was thinking at this moment? It was likely that Qing Yan had originally thought highly of himself. Now that he was surpassed by this unknown brat in terms of refining the green dragon aura, Zhuowen felt somewhat displeased in his heart. But the truth is that you lasted shorter than me in refining the Azure Dragon Chi, right? And then you say I'm a piece of trash? Since you can't even compare to a piece of trash like me, then what are you? Zhuowen turned his head and stared at Qing Yan. He suddenly retorted, causing Qing Yan's expression to freeze. He said that Zhuowen was a piece of trash, but in reality, he did not last as long as Zhuowen in refining the Azure Dragon Chi. His words were simply slapping his own face. Ha, you can't even compare to a piece of trash like me, and you actually have the face to put on that high and mighty attitude of yours in front of me. Little do you know that, in my opinion, you're worse than a piece of trash. Speaking up to here, Zhuowen's voice suddenly became clear and loud, causing the gazes of the other geniuses in the main hall to converge on him. Through the Azure Dragon mask, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a trace of a piercingly cold light flickering within. This Zhuowen in front of him really dared to say anything. No wonder he even dared to kill Chao, Yen, and Fengyong. He was indeed extremely daring. Good. I rather admire your courage and insight, but you have to know that people like you who surpass others basically won't live for long. Qin Yen suddenly said in a cold voice, "Oh, are you done? If you're done, then you can shut up." Zhuowen's expression was indifferent. After he finished speaking, he directly brushed past Qin Yen. He was too lazy to speak with a genius like Qin Yen who thought too highly of himself. Creak! Qin Yen clenched his fists slightly, and a deep chill appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen didn't give him any face at all. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the throne room, he would have killed this guy who spoke nonsense on the spot. What a stupid little bastard. He even dares to offend Qin Yen. When the time comes, he will suffer. The small disturbance between Qin Yen and Zhuowen was naturally seen by the other geniuses on the other side of the main hall. Among them, Huangfu Wuji's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Huangfu Wuji did not deliberately lower his voice. Everyone in the main hall could clearly hear him. "A piece of trash like you thinks you have the qualifications to jump around in front of me?" Chapter 749. Armor Soul Hydra. "Zhuowen, you little bastard. How dare you?" Huangfu Wuji glared at Zhuowen, his voice growing colder and colder. Huangfu Wuji was the second prince and had an honorable status. Yet in Zhuowen's mouth, he had been reduced to trash. How could Huangfu Wuji not be angry? "What? You want to fight?" Staring at Huangfu Wuji, the corners of Zhuowen's lips curled up. His voice grew colder, and his eyes contained a trace of killing intent. If Huangfu Wuji dared to attack, then Zhuowen could immediately counterattack. Like this, he would have enough reason to cripple Huangfu Wuji. After all, with his current strength, Huangfu Wuji simply wasn't his match. Although Huangfu Wuji was the second prince, the Blue Emperor didn't place as much importance on him as Huangfu Wudao. Moreover, Zhuowen's talent far surpassed Huangfu Wuji's. If Huangfu Wuji attacked first, and was then crippled by Zhuowen, then Zhuowen knew that it was impossible for the Blue Emperor to make things difficult for him. After all, he was currently one of the top 5 geniuses on the Blue Emperor proclamation. Moreover, he was on the side of reason. As these words came out, Huangfu Wuji froze. He was only at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm. As for Zhuowen, he had relied on the energy of the Azure Dragon to break through to the late Ultimate Emperor realm. The difference between the two was like the heavens and the earth. Would Huangfu Wuji dare to attack Zhuowen? "Your Highness, Second Prince, I, Zhuowen, challenge you to a life or death battle. Do you dare to accept?" Zhuowen stepped forwards, his eyes fixed on Huangfu Wuji. His voice was clear and resonant, like a great bell that rumbled through the entire hall. Life or death battle? The other geniuses all looked at Zhuowen in shock. They all knew that when Zhuowen's cultivation was at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm, he had already been able to defeat Huangfu Wuji. Now, Zhuowen's cultivation had risen in a straight line, reaching the late Ultimate Emperor realm. As for Huangfu Wuji, he was only at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor realm. If the two of them fought in a life-or-death battle, Huang Fuwuji would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Huang Fuwuji's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stubbornly glared at Zhuowen, all the hairs on his body standing on end. His complexion was gloomy to the extreme. How could the current him dare to fight Zhuowen to the death? There was no doubt that he would lose this battle. Your Highness, Zhuowen, challenge you to a battle of life and death. Zhuowen stepped forwards, his eyes still locked onto Huang Fuwuji. His voice was as cold as ice, and a terrifying aura swept out, causing Huang Fuwuji to involuntarily take a step back. Looking at the retreating Huang Fuwuji, Zhuowen sneered and restrained his terrifying aura. He faintly said, "Was I wrong to call you trash? You don't even dare to accept my death match. What right do you have to bark like a dog in front of me?" Zhuowen's words were loud and clear, each word striking at the heart. Huang Fuwuji's complexion alternated between green and white. In particular, the surrounding geniuses all had strange looks in their eyes, causing Huang Fuwuji to feel even more ashamed. Huang Fuwuji, the dignified second prince of the imperial family, had actually been scared into retreating because of a few words from Zhuowen. To him, this was simply a great shame. However, he didn't dare to accept the challenge, nor did he dare to speak. Zhuowen had already reached the peak of his strength, and he simply wasn't his match. Accepting the challenge was undoubtedly bringing about his own destruction. Zhuowen shook his head, looking at Huang Fuwuji with ridicule in his eyes. Then he arrived at the closest purple gold pillar, silently watching the center of the hall, where there was only one figure sitting cross-legged there. Huang Fuwuji also dejectedly retreated to a corner, but the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. Bang! A sound like muffled thunder exploded in the air. Then a terrifying aura spread out like a tsunami, filling the entire hall. Suddenly, the air around the entire hall seemed to freeze. A terrifying gravity filled the entire hall. Zhuowen's body sank, his knees slightly bent. If he hadn't circulated his energy in advance, then he would have been in an extremely difficult situation under this sudden gravity. What a terrifying aura! Is Huang Fuwudao about to break through? Zhuowen's gaze focused slightly as he stared at the figure that sat cross-legged at the center of the hall. At this moment, Huang Fuwudao's eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp, bright light flickered within them like the stars in the night sky. Then, Huang Fuwudao slowly stood up, looking up at the sky. An even more terrifying aura surged out, gathering above Huang Fuwudao. Finally, it formed a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, communicating with heaven and earth. On the altar, Emperor Qing looked at the pillar of light that soared into the sky, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. He knew that Huang Fuwudao was about to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Zhuowen, Qing Yan, and the other geniuses around the hall also raised their heads, staring at the pillar of light that soared into the sky. At the same time, all the warriors in the imperial capital also raised their heads, looking up at the huge pillar of light. Most of them had already guessed what was going on. Someone has broken through to the Xuanzuan realm. On the high platform in the square, many powerful figures also looked up at the sky. They naturally knew that one of the top 10 geniuses had broken through to the Xuanzuan realm under Emperor Qing's empowerment. It should be Huang Fuwudao. Before the empowerment, Huang Fuwudao was already half a step into the Xuanzuan realm. Now, after the empowerment, he should be able to break through to the Xuanzuan realm directly. Everyone guessed that the person who had broken through should be Huang Fuwudao. After all, Huang Fuwudao's strength and cultivation were obvious to everyone. Under Emperor Qing's empowerment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Xuanzuan realm. Crack! A crisp sound slowly resounded through the sky. At the end of the pillar of light, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the illusory void, and a light figure slowly descended from the crack. If one looked closely, this light figure was actually the image of a baby. The baby's face was blurry, and its body was curled up. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if it was still in the womb of a pregnant woman. Is this a nascent soul? Shuowen's eyes were filled with curiosity as he watched the baby's light figure slowly descend from the crack in the void. The energy within this nascent soul was much denser than that of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. It was an energy bestowed by the heavens. This was also part of the reason why the four venerables were much stronger than the ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Under everyone's gazes, the radiant nascent soul finally descended above Huangfu Wudao's head. It then entered his body through his Tianling acupoint. Boom! As soon as the nascent soul entered his body, the aura within Huangfu Wudao's body became even more terrifying. Countless terrifying gales swept up around his body, and his entire body was filled with a dazzling white light. In the Great Hall, except for Emperor Qing, the other 9 geniuses could not help but retreat from the gales that were spreading in all directions. Even Zhuowen had to retreat dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. His gaze landed on Huangfu Wudao's body, and his expression was filled with shock. Huangfu Wudao was terrifying. He had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm, but the aura he displayed was actually much stronger than that of an ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivator. The moment the nascent soul entered Huangfu Wudao's body, a brutal and terrifying roar burst out from his body. It was as if a terrifying beast had been sealed within Huangfu Wudao's body and was being released at this moment. Countless purple tentacles gushed out from Huangfu Wudao's body. They were densely packed and covered an area of several meters. Amidst the countless purple tentacles, a huge purple snake had suddenly swept out from behind Huangfu Wudao. This purple snake's head was several dozen feet long, and its purple scales reflected a strange purple light under the scorching sun. 2 fangs that were several feet long grew out of its mouth, and they emitted a cold light. This is Huangfu Wudao's armor soul. Shuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at the purple snake that had suddenly emerged from Huangfu Wudao's body. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the purple snake. After the first purple snake had emerged, another puffing sound was heard. Then the second purple snake had emerged, followed by the third, the fourth. When the 9th purple snake had drilled out, this terrifying giant beast suddenly leaped out and completely drilled out of Huangfu Wudao's body. Its enormous body almost blotted out the sky as it floated in midair. Only then did Zhuowen see the true face of this giant beast. This giant beast had a huge body, and on its huge body were 9 huge purple snake heads. 9-headed snake. Huangfu Wudao's armor soul was actually a 9-headed snake. The 9-headed snake was an extremely powerful existence in ancient times. Although it was much weaker than a high-level true dragon, it was much stronger than most low-level true dragons. It was a well-known savage beast in ancient times. Qin Yan's eyes flickered as he looked at the 9-headed snake that floated in midair with a dignified expression. Although he had a dragon soul in his body, it was only a 3rd-grade dragon soul. In ancient times, a 3rd-grade true dragon was considered a low-level true dragon, and its strength was slightly weaker than a 9-headed snake. Therefore, Huangfu Wudao's 9-headed snake armor soul was actually much stronger than Qin Yan's 3rd-grade dragon soul. If the two were of the same level, Qin Yan might not be a match for it in a battle. Moreover, Huangfu Wudao was 1 step ahead of him and had arrived in the Xuanzuan realm first. It was even more impossible for Qin Yan to be a match for Huangfu Wudao. Thinking of this, Qing Yen felt a little helpless. He originally thought that after learning the Blue Dragon Hall's unique skill, the Green Dragon technique, his strength had greatly increased. Coupled with the dragon soul in his body, he already had the strength to compete with Huangfu Wudao. But now it seemed that he was left far behind by Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was stronger than him, and so was his armor soul. What did he have to compete with Huangfu Wudao? Awu, the nine-headed snake, faced the sky and roared. In this long roar, there was an endless joy. Then, the nine heads looked down at Huangfu Wudao, a trace of coldness in their eyes. What? This king has already materialized your armor soul. Are you not willing to listen to this king? Huangfu Wudao had his hands behind his back as he stared fearlessly at the nine-headed snake above his head. His indifferent and cruel voice slowly resounded. This nine-headed snake was indeed extraordinary. It actually had a bit of spiritual wisdom, and at this time, it actually showed signs of wanting to devour its master. Awu, the nine-headed snake, roared and swooped down toward Huangfu Wudao, all nine heads attacking him at the same time. Hee, you really are a beast with a personality, but this king likes it. Let this king teach you a good lesson.